Give me a second, y'all. Peace, peace, peace. Give me a second. What's going on with everybody? Let me get the rest of this food down real quick. I'm on my break. Cedric, I'm about to shoot it. I'm about to shoot it in the text message. My bad. I gotta link this computer. To the back chat. I'm doing it now, Cedric. I got you. Yeah. I'm on my lunch break. All right, let me see. Let me get my man Cedric in here. All right. Boom. Let me send this out. How everybody doing today, this afternoon? I wanted to do this show, a morning show, right? I got up early. I made my graphics for the show because I was so amped up about I had a couple topics. I was so amped up about the Ravens game last night, the Monday night game last night. So when I got up, dropped my daughter off at school, came back in the house, made everything. I said, all right, let me put the show together for the morning. I said, I'm gonna do a morning show, right? Before my clients and stuff started to show up. So I ended up getting distracted, doing something else. Then before I knew it, clients started showing up, had to knock out my morning, but now I'm on my lunch break. I wanted to talk about the Ravens game just a little bit. I know everybody's saying it, you know what I mean? And Jehudi Mai addressed me yesterday in his hilarious video. You know what I mean? He always bring good content. So I'm gonna just give my take on the Martin Bernal Murray Lethbridge debate that John Henry Clark ended up being a part of. So if anybody took my comments as being siding with Murray Lethbridge and them, it wasn't that. I just try to be unbiased, right? So that was my approach. And she is a credible scholar at the end of the day, especially in the field that they were discussing, right? At that time, she was one of the leading scholars in her department at Wesley College in Greek and Oriental studies, late antiquity Greek studies and Oriental studies. She was a leading professor in that field. So she, you definitely can't brush her off. And I don't feel like Dr. John Henry Clark, his comments, wasn't enough to just get her out of there, even though they were entertaining, right? Even though, yeah, we would like the things that he say better, you can't brush off that amount of scholastic, her scholastic control or her scholastic control of the subject matter. You just can't brush her off with Afrocentrism, asking her what African scholars did she read, or that was crazy. But let me send this link out because I'm getting all over the place. I'm gonna send this link out, then I want to get something to. I need to go get my Pepsi. It's downstairs, so y'all gonna have to bear with me for a second while I get my Pepsi. I get my Pepsi. All right, here we go. Pseudo killers. link coming up. And it might be a second before I get you in here, Cedric, because I'm about to run downstairs real quick. Peace. Boom. And I'm gonna grab that. Boom. Is boom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We live, baby. We live, baby. I ain't gonna put them on yet. All right, let me see what y'all saying. Rigor is a good word. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you. Let me see. Let me give y'all some shout outs while I'm waiting for everybody to come in here. Demar, what up? Santavo, what's up? Vasa, what's up? Vasa, you was shooting at me yesterday on Jehudi Ma'at channel. I sing you, but it's all good. You know, I love it. You know what I mean? You know, y'all will never catch me in my feelings over information, right? That's all it is. You might have a perspective that can enlighten me, and hopefully I'm not that far off. So, you know, but yeah, I send you, Vasa. We could talk about it, and you can always ask for the link, Vasa, and come on and give your take. I'm reading. I'm actually reading some of your information right now, too, Vasa. You wrote the first chapter in this book. You know, the first chapter is your work, so I'm actually reading some of your writing. So I definitely respect your commentary on any topic you want to speak on. You know what I mean? You definitely a published writer, and so far the information that I'm reading that you published is pretty solid. So, you know, whenever you ready, bro. Whenever you ready. Get my man Fitz in here. Whenever you ready. Who we got? Let me see. All right, my bad, y'all. I got caught up. Yeah, Vasa, Omar, Anthony, Cedric. What else we got up in here? My man Dave B. The Watcher is in the building. You know what I mean? Got my man The Watcher. Everything is everything. Y'all funny as hell. Althea. Who else? Got my man KJ. You know what I mean? Is that Kevin Johnson? Kenny Johnson? What is it? KJ? All right, cool. You know what I mean? Donnie, what's up, Donnie? Zane. Dang, got the whole crew up in this motherfucker. Karim. You know what I mean? Salute. Goodbody Sports. Salute. Yeah, everybody, look. Look, we're gonna talk about some shit. Hey, dang, Fitz. Hold on, Fitz. I'm gonna put my headphones on in a second. Let me run and go get my Pepsi. You know what I mean? Get the Pepsi up in me, and then we're gonna get into some shit. All right, go ahead. Give me a second, y'all. Chop it up. Unheard of at least, but that is going to swap it up. Huge pressure and immense amount of pressure. On rugby lovers for the time for the rugby team, but that brings huge pressure for these coaches. You not get the time you get.
Said you're not coming on.
There's going to be another penalty. So again, they're going to be and Moses Allen will be on. But it keeps saying
Y'all boy back. Boom. Whew. All right. Fitz, what's going on, bro?
I'm good still. I'm good, Chef. You all right, yeah?
Yes, sir. I can't complain. Oh man. So, Fitz, by any chance, did you ever watch the Murray Lethbridge Martin Bernal debate?
No.
No, you never seen it. Okay.
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay. Well, they was debating his book. Was it Black Athena? And in his book Black Athena, he was promoting the idea that early Greek philosophy and stuff pulled from African concepts and ideas. So here go my man Unc right now. Let's get Unc in here because he loved Martin Bernal. He gonna go crazy. Watch.
Other side of the city.
Unc gonna go absolutely crazy.
Strong penalty. Get the ball to the right area of the field. Let that set piece functions and just shoots out dangerously.
Unc, what's going on? Unc, why you sound like that? You sound like you underwater. Unc, you sound like you underwater, Unc. Technical difficulties. Damn. Nah, your reception ain't working good today, bro.
Huh?
Your reception is horrible.
I know.
Your reception is horrible. Sound like you flying down the highway.
Y'all live yet?
Yeah, we been live.
What y'all talking about today?
All right, well, let me start back over. I wanted to do a morning show, but I got caught up. So if you're looking at my screen, you'll see I got the Ravens and the morning show and all of that on the screen because when I got up this morning, I put a show together to talk about the Ravens, but
Right.
I got caught up. So I just got on here, like, so that boat done already sailed. So, but definitely.
You mean you still talking about the Ravens? That boat ain't sailed.
That's because you're a super Ravens fan.
I mean, you know, we're born and raised in Baltimore. I ain't no delusional fan though. Yeah,
Okay.
I can talk about. Yeah, I ain't delusional, yo. Yeah, I do realize they need to get a more balanced attack, cause now teams gonna make adjustments. They're not gonna just let them throw that motherfucker like that. So what it don't seem like they can do, it don't seem like they can run the ball efficiently no more. Efficient anymore. And that's gonna be a problem. You know, when it get cold outside and all that, that's a problem. God damn, what the hell? This little cat about to get ran the fuck over. Look at this. Oh man, that cat. Hey, these people don't know. Look,
Yo.
look. They got the cat in the street. Oh, that motherfucker about. You see that cat?
What are you talking about?
Man, hey, you got a cat behind your car.
Yo, this
The
dude.
little-
Oh.
Huh? You about to run into a cat? Oh man, fuck it then. Run that little motherfucker over there. Shit. That's your cat? Oh, about to run it over, boy. Should have ran that shit over. Everybody want to act like they no comprende. Man, that little cat was done, yo. He ain't no man. Dang. Anyway, back to the scheduled programming, man. The point is that we got a problem with our running game. I always knew Lamar could throw the damn ball. It was just some bullshit ass racism, yo, and just some not allowing, you know, people to elevate the game in ways where you're not used to seeing it. So if you ain't used to seeing it, then all of a sudden he's not a passing quarterback. That's some bullshit. Ain't no one way to throw the damn football, dog. You know, like black people ain't never supposed to be robots. You know, human beings are supposed to be innovators. So when that brother came and just innovated some shit, all of a sudden he can't do that. No, we can't get caught in that, yo. They gotta go with it. They gotta keep the running game going. Yep, they got to, yo. Like if they ain't, that shit gonna be a problem, yo, because they're gonna start saying, okay, can y'all run the ball? We're gonna shut the pass down. Can y'all run the ball? I don't think we can run the ball good like these days. I don't know.
Lamar can run
If
his
I was
ass
a team,
off. Lamar can run his ass off.
Yeah, Lamar can.
So if he keep putting pressure downfield, that shit open up shit for his backfield and himself. So you know what I mean? Because the longest people know, when those secondaries and those linebackers sometimes got to jump back, you know what I mean, into the secondary and the coverage, you know what I mean? That definitely opens up a run game. So I think it's going to balance itself out if he keep throwing good. You think what I'm saying? But I feel you. We do got a running back issue. We had that from the start of the season, and we know that.
Yeah.
But,
so if
go ahead.
If I'm scheming for him, I'm gonna say fuck it. Go ahead and beat me with the run, y'all. I'm gonna stop your ass from slinging that shit like you slinging. Let me see if y'all can run the ball. How about that? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The running back don't know the scheme. The fucking running back was he crunched down on the ball. Lamar was trying to pull the motherfucker. He crunched down on the ball. I'll make them do what everybody think they can do. That's how I would do it, yo. Because you ain't stopping throwing that motherfucker, yo.
They gonna give him a couple more games to show that he can do it with his arm like that before they really they still scared of his legs. You feel me?
Okay.
So he gonna get a couple more games to prove that this wasn't no aberration. You feel me? Ain't nobody gonna change their whole scheme up off of one fucking game. Like, you know, they already done scouted the Ravens. You dig what I'm saying? So every scouting report is not going in the trash because this nigga lit it up Monday. No, that ain't gonna happen. You feel me?
I know. He lit it up last week too, yo.
It's gonna take a couple more games. Hey, Tuck, what you think though, Tuck?
Hey, you know, we was on here. I was on here before when we was talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and all of that. Hey, man, I like the Ravens. I always like Lamar though, but listen, they gotta be afraid of his legs and his arm when he's throwing it still anyway. So with Lamar Jackson, pay that man. See, listen, I don't even know why he out here doing all. He carrying that team too much, boy. They gonna break Lamar up in there. He needs to slow down, but he ain't like that. He ain't built like that.
He a football player.
He run people over and man, but I'm scared for him. They need to put them M's in the bank for me.
Yeah. He about to get paid. They need to protect him so they could pay him. For real.
Man.
They need to protect him so they could pay him.
They still pay Dak though after that. But you know, they always tried to box Lamar in. We always knew he could throw though. I remember when I came on here and said, like, man, he can throw it anywhere. But it's just like
he a Heisman Trophy winner. Come on now. Like, come on. Like,
but you know but they was trying to pigeonhole him though still, even though he did that. They still saying he was just a running quarterback. But he everything. Lamar is everything. They need to. I don't know what they're waiting on. Just the only thing to do, the price is gonna go up. That's the only thing you waiting on. That's what they was doing in Dallas, waiting on that to mess up. And he didn't. Like, why you waiting on these dudes to mess up so you can pay them with it? I don't get that.
He don't got no age.
I don't get that for
it.
His mother is aging, ain't she?
Yeah, that's the part.
Still listening to mama.
Listen to mama.
But he betting on himself. All he doing is making himself money though, so he ain't been wrong yet. Only thing he can do is get injured. He's just making himself more money. Josh Allen, you got to pay him more than him. And Dak still came in. Now you got to pay him more than him. That's the only thing doing. The price is going up. So I think
And that white boy pretty good though. That white boy pretty good.
Josh
I
Allen.
don't know.
Josh Allen
Yeah,
is
he's pretty
good.
good.
He is good.
Pretty good.
He is good. Yeah, but
White boy pretty good, yo.
who you would take though? You would take Lamar still though, right?
You mean right now? If I had to take, I might fuck with the white boy. I might fuck with the white boy.
Oh no.
I might fuck with the white boy.
And,
I'm gonna tell you why.
If he had to carry, but listen, hold on. Let me add to it. Even if he had to carry Ravens offense, not the offense he got in Buffalo, you taking the white boy in Baltimore?
Yeah. But watch this. My point is, yo, in the fucking playoffs, yo, Lamar play a little different. He play a little fast. He still got to mature a little bit. Like this year, he kind of showing it. He's showing he's slowing down a little bit, right? But I'm not confident that he got his mind right for the playoffs, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nick, there's a couple games in the playoffs he should have run, but he just fucking he played too fast in the playoffs. Whereas though Josh kind of settled down for that moment. Now the more spectacular player, the one over the long haul, I'm gonna fuck with Lamar. I think Lamar's psyche, I think he gonna be able to, go ahead and slow that shit down, get it right. But right now, yo, I don't know, yo. Right now, today, I might have to fuck with the white boy. Yep. That's just my opinion.
Mhm.
I like Lamar better than the white boy, but I mean, if I had to, a game, you feel me? Yeah, I can't hear shit I'm saying.
Hey, Tuck, you mute. I can hear you. Tuck muted. Unmute.
Talking, but
Oh my
Good.
bad. Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, I'm just getting out the car.
All right.
Get to the house. But yeah, I'm taking Lamar. I think you can do more in the offense with Lamar, especially in the running game. Especially you can do jet sweeps with Lamar Jackson. You see the play that they won the game on 2 weeks ago? It's a quarterback power. Well, you can run quarterback power with Josh Allen too, but he's 235.
yeah, you can do
Lamar
that's
just
right.
different. Have you ever seen anything like Lamar Jackson in the open field? It's like
Yeah, I have.
Vic.
No, not Vic.
Okay.
He might do
not
it
Vic.
better than Vic, but we seen Vic do that. Come on, y'all.
No, y'all fucking
Damn.
No,
Y'all
you
fucking
haven't.
it up.
It's got to be
Y'all
like
fucking
Randy
it up.
Moss or somebody. That's who it got to be.
Nah, y'all
He look like that out
fucking
there.
that up.
He don't look like a quarterback when he get into the secondary.
Nah,
He
y'all
look like
fucking
a-
it up right now. Y'all fucking it up.
Yeah, who
Niggas
look
said
like
we
you?
fucking it up because we
Y'all
compared them
fucking it up.
to motherfucking Michael
Vic.
Vic.
Nah, y'all
God
fucking it up.
damn.
Nah, he don't look like Vic. Y'all fucking it up.
Wait,
Damn.
Barry Sanders?
Watch
Who you
this.
think?
Watch this. Nah, he look like Gail Sayers. Tell me how they lie.
Yeah. I was saying, yeah, I know Gail says the Chicago running back, return man. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, look at him.
I've seen him.
That's how I'm
Yeah,
saying he look like.
it's something like that though. I agree
Yep,
in the
yep,
open field though, but
yep.
then he throw like one of the best quarterbacks. So I haven't seen
Yeah,
nothing
yeah,
like
he do.
Lamar.
No, we know I had. Nope.
But
I'm just worried about his.
I haven't seen Josh Allen before. I haven't seen the Josh Allen before that.
He like Elway, right? Yep. He like
Or
Elway.
Steve Young. Steve Young was
Yeah.
that.
I
More to
agree.
run.
I concede to that.
Yeah.
We ain't never seen that before.
Yeah.
I concede. Yep. I concede. But
I've
I'm
never
just saying
seen
his
nothing like Lamar.
Nah, he just got.
Because I was hearing somebody.
He got one
Go
more
ahead, my
click.
bad.
He got one more click. When you get in the playoffs, nigga, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out, bro. Let the game come to you in the playoffs. He got to work on that. Think about that, yo. Think about his playoff performances, yo. He got to work on that shit. You throwing intercept. You all over the place in the big games sometimes, yo. And a good team ain't gonna let you come back.
Strong though, because you see how he shake people off of him, Lamar. How he just plant his foot in the ground and he just slides you off of him. That's different to me. That's like Alvin Kamara. He like Alvin Kamara when he get out there because Alvin Kamara like stiff up on you and you flying off of him. He look bony though.
Yeah. I don't know how you do that shit. I don't know how that nigga do that.
It's that Barry
Right.
Sanders. Stop at the drop of a dime. and shift
That's
on
what
you.
I said. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. It looked like Barry in the open field, but then he in a pocket, and you like, oh my gosh, he can throw it 80 yards standing still. Yeah. But I will say this though, Unc. I will say this though. Hollywood Brown is looking number one-ish.
Number one.
He's looking number
looking
one-ish.
Looking one-ish. Looking one-ish though.
And we ain't even got to see Bateman. So, but really, what
right
I told
there.
you, but that tight end, but yeah, you right, you was right, huh? But that tight end is he's still getting it in too. But the deep threat of Hollywood Brown, it just make it different. It make that offense scary. It's like, okay, we got to spy Lamar. It's got to be two people assigned to Lamar if he running it, and then you got to pass rush him if you throw it. And now, if the safety ain't deep enough, Hollywood's gonna run past everybody in the league.
Yeah.
He's faster than everybody in the league. Who gonna run with Hollywood? So
you know what I'm fucked up about? I'm gonna say three things. One thing, Hollywood Brown need to get his mind together, because there's times when he got the ball in his hands, he just need to hit the fucking speed. Right? Like, there's times you can split motherfuckers. You're not getting them. I used to do that sometimes in football, right? Too much shaky. Like, sometimes you gotta hit the gas. If they get you, they get you. Hit the gas, nigga. He hasn't learned how to. He's getting better now. He's getting better. But nigga, hit the gas, nigga. You gotta hit the motherfucking gas.
Yeah.
He kinda scared for that hit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hit the gas.
Yeah.
They played the Colts.
Yeah.
They played the Colts, Jehudi.
Hold on. Lamar need to know when to run, nigga. Now he gotta figure out when to run, nigga. Like, when he threw it back to the running back, nigga, you had all grass, nigga. Run that motherfucker, get out of bounds. He went back and threw it.
Yeah.
That's some decisions he gotta calm the fuck down, nigga. He made a spectacular throwback. You ain't gotta do that, nigga. Get out the pocket and go, nigga. Right now, he caught like, he wanna prove niggas he can pass. I don't like that. That I don't like.
That's what I'm talking about, But wait, that's what I'm talking about. They'll make these niggas, they'll put their minds at, okay, we don't be out here being a running quarterback. You shouldn't do that. But when really, he should be doing that though. He should. Sometimes, even if the receiver's open 5 yards past Lamar, it'll be better for him to take off and run. And you just turn into a blocker. Because when you catch the ball, you're not going to be able to do what Lamar Jackson do. Even if it's Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, nice. But turn around in the open field, Lamar is going to be nasty. He's going to be, just somebody like Hollywood Brown, like you say. Lamar Jackson ain't going to take his foot off the gas. He can't wait till you give him a seam so he can put his foot on the gas. Lamar's like that. Lamar downhill playing. So Hollywood Brown, yeah, I know what you mean. He's too side to side for me too. You going sideways too much, bro. You fast enough. Yeah, hit the gas. Hit the gas and go.
Trust his speed.
Yeah,
he don't trust his speed. And Lamar, see, when a nigga tell Lamar, when the media and everybody say don't be a running quarterback, he has to interpret that better. What they're really saying is, yo, you got to know when to let the run go and get down. That's what they really saying. That's all they're saying.
I get it.
He has interpreted it as, yo, I got to pass. Yo, it was time, it was open grass in front of it. Hey, come on, dog. You need to go ahead and make sure the team get that 100 yards. You know what I'm saying? And Pat, because now, just like Chef said, it's going to make it like it's undefendable. They lucky they ain't got their running back. Because the running backs we got is not really for our system right now. Because the running backs we got right now, first of all, the rookie number 34, it was on the practice squad last year, he's scared. He's scared to fumble, so he like this. I don't need you out there, bro. You too scared.
Nope.
You got a way better game than that. You're fit for this system, but you're scared. Okay, the other niggas, they too shaky bakey. Yo, we got that Denver type system. When you get that motherfucker, make that cut and go.
Yeah.
None of them niggas do it. The Le'Veon Bell, he too shaky, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other nigga, I tell you who could be good. The nigga that came from the Falcons, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, Devontae Freeman.
If Devontae just relax himself, it's like he don't want to get hit. Dog, put your foot in the ground and trust the blocking, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need somebody.
He had the concussions, though.
Okay, If we had our running back, the chest stuck out. I'm telling you.
What ain't the starter JK? Ain't JK Dobbins the starter? Yeah, we got Justice Hill too.
Yeah, and then the other guy, they broke his fucking team.
Oh, you talking about JK? Who you talking about?
Gus the Bus. No, I'm talking about Gus.
Oh yeah, Gus Edwards. Okay, yeah. He don't play around. Yeah, he down here. I like him and Lamar together. Him and Lamar together is ridiculous. Because you got to get on both of them quick. You breaking up, huh?
If they had them in a thing, yo, I say, yo, put the ticket to the Super Bowl. Right now, yo, it's
It sound like you drove underwater. It sound,
Right. You back in the Navy.
yeah. Sound like you just went underwater, yo. You all right?
I mean, I knew y'all was hype. I said, oh, shit.
Man, look, the bank was rocking last night, right? So that's what we, that's what we call the Raven Stadium. We call it the bank. The bank was rocking last night. Them white boys ran out of that stadium last night and hit the streets. Man, they was they running all in front of niggas' cars.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Man, white people go crazy. Those sports events, man. Look, we thought they was about to come across Martin Luther King Boulevard, yo.
Turn it to a sundown. Turn it to a sundown.
The white boys ran out that state, man. They blocking traffic. They had to bring the horses out. You feel me?
Oh,
man. Yeah, that man, white people go crazy over sporting events. Like, if you don't think there's no white people in Baltimore, let the goddamn Orioles or the Ravens win, and every white person gonna come out there whole.
They spend more money. Yeah, they spend more money, nigga.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all didn't almost cut that game off though. Be real.
No.
Yeah, it got sick. It started getting sick, man.
On me. That's when I flipped to it. I was like, oh, it's a game now. Because I was like, oh man, they finna make me sick talking about Lamar tomorrow. I don't even want to hear it.
Look, but I muted it and started. I muted it and I started watching Jehudi Mayat going on.
That was good.
I didn't see that.
See, I'm gonna hold you to that debate right there, sir, because you talk trash about that debate, yo.
What debate?
That one that Clark and all that, yo. It was some key points made in that motherfucking video, dog. That none of y'all can get back.
Hold on. What did I say though?
Yeah, you was like, you said John Henry Clark wasn't even talk about the debate. He was all over the place. You did that. I remember you did that.
And I stand on that.
All right, so we gonna do it.
But that's the way you like to debate. So you might have picked up on everything he said because I told you do the same thing. You throw a bunch of shit up in the air and then you expect people to get the gist of what you're saying. For you feel like you made a potent point. But for me, you threw shit all on the walls and just, hope something stick. But that's what Clark did in that motherfucker.
That ain't what he did, yo. That ain't what that nigga did. No, it did. That's why we gotta play the game film. I know how to watch film. See, I started my career watching game film, nigga. That's all we had, nigga. Bobby Hemmett, all them niggas, yo. Yo, listen, bro. You know how much game footage I watched of John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, nigga? Like, nigga, I watched that shit. I took notes on that shit. I memorized that shit. I learned how to look that shit up to see what was accurate and what wasn't.
I didn't say he wasn't accurate.
No, he was making a point.
No, don't get me wrong. I can agree with everything that John Henry Clark said in the goddamn I loved every statement that he made. Like he wasn't wrong in the shit that he said. Like, I'm not saying he was wrong, but half of the shit was not germane to the conversation. That's what I'm saying. It's some good shit that he was saying. I totally agree. You feel me? But
I totally agree.
what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
My shit just gave me a crazy feedback.
I know it hit me too. Soon as
Yeah,
you start
that
talking about
shit-
John Henry Clark, the
Yeah,
ghost
that
of
shit
John Henry
scared the
Clark,
shit out of me.
the ghost of John came back on your ass.
Yeah, I'm shook. So I'm definitely not. You know, if you thought that I said that he was wrong and what he was saying, nah. Like the shit that he was speaking on, I think he made some damn good points. But
Oh man, you ain't catching it. I'm catching it all the way, nigga. I'm saying that's why we need to go back over Mark Bennell's work. And then I got to reevaluate Wikipedia all the way now. Because now I'm seeing an agenda now. Yeah, nigga, I'm seeing a total agenda, yo.
we gotta get that pseudo out of you, Unc. We gotta get that pseudo out of you. You tilt, right? Like Lethbridge and them, what were they? Do you think Mary Lethbridge is a competent scholar in her field? Let me just ask you that.
I think she's influenced by the earlier Egyptologists. I think she's part of that whole German school of thought, where you just say the people in ancient times ain't know what they was talking about, who they was dealing with. She did them like that. That's how they did Mark Bennell. Mark Bennell simply used the Greek scholars and what they say, right? Okay? They overturn that, bro. And they don't overturn that into the 19th century, yo. So I'm not respecting that, right? I'm not going to let the Germans come around who wasn't even in that time period and tell the Greeks they don't know what their relationship was with the motherfucking Egyptians, dog. I'm not worried that you guys.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this before I let Cedric get in. Okay. In modern times, is this something that we give other groups of people credit for, even when they didn't do it, to give authenticity to the thing that we're doing now, right? So, for example, and this is the point she was making, all right? Back in the 1800s, right, you had a goddamn, you had a, what you call it? Inventor, right? An African-American inventor named, I forgot, but his last name is McCoy, right? And anytime somebody would invent something or have a new product, it then became fashionable to call it the real McCoy.
Facts.
So they would ask you dig what I'm saying? Now, it doesn't mean McCoy wrote it, or invented it, or you know what I mean, or nothing like that. But that just meant, this shit it works, is efficient, is real, is the real deal, right?
Yeah.
So they would ask, is this the real McCoy, right?
The thing that hooked up the trains together.
Exactly. You would say, is this the real McCoy? Yeah. And it could be any product, right? After a while, it just became a loose term to use. People use to authenticate their product, right? It became commercial, right? To use that phraseology. Elijah McCoy, thanks, Akul. All right, that was her point, right? When certain scholars in Greece was when they would promote a philosophy or idea, right, that was foreign to the Greeks or new to the Greeks, right? It was fashionable to say that it came from Egypt because Egypt was high and prestigious in the Greeks' minds. Like the Greeks gave the Egyptians that status. But what she was saying, when you look through the literature, if they can find that the people that said stuff came from Egypt or they learned from Egypt never even went to Egypt, right? then what she's saying, we got to take a little bit more serious, right? It could have been a nuance in their language, something that they was using to basically like say, this is a real McCoy. You dig what I'm saying? Like, yo, this is Egyptian, right? I studied in Egypt, right? It's like what Dr. Ben did it. Boom, perfect example. Dr. Ben did the shit. When he said he studied Egyptology at Cambridge, right? Why did he say Cambridge? Because Cambridge is a prestigious Egyptological study program. You know what I mean? He never went to Cambridge, but he said Cambridge. You dig what I'm saying? But when they look through the records, they saying he never was even enrolled in Cambridge. So do you understand her point of reference to try to clear up a lot of the things that the Greeks and them say, and she, that was her field of study. Go ahead,
Yeah, I kind of missed all that shit. I was walking through a building in a badass skirt.
Damn. But cool.
So you need to run it again.
No, I ain't doing that over. No, I'll let you get your point. I'm not going through all that again. I'm not. Huh? Now we can't even hear you. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson got you, huh? Nah, we can't hear shit.
Go ahead. Hey, what's up, Cedric?
I'm good, Chef. Peace to the chat, peace to the family. I'm just here listening to y'all argumentation. I watched the other video the other night when Unc was being trapped by you and Adrian, and y'all just wrong. Y'all just wrong. I sit back and I try to figure how come Chef doesn't understand the points I'm trying to make. Now, let me ask you this, Chef.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that if we look at the 1700s, 1800s, the information that they have at that time, when we were looking at, when Europeans was looking at the sizes of our skulls to determine superiority and inferiority. Remember
Phrenology.
those days? Phrenology, right? Remember that was a hard science. They used that science with their white supremacist, racist mindset, right?
They did.
Everything around that time, all the scholarship was in European, and from a European's identity, a European perspective. Let me ask you this. If me and you today go to a remote village in Thailand and we watching what these people are doing from our perspective, and we decide we're going to write these people's culture down based on what we've seen, based on our points of reference, based on how we interpret reality. Will that accurately represent these people's culture and their position? Will it?
No.
No. So when Dr. Clark said, did you speak to an African scholar? Do you understand the point he was trying to make?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that's one point. Now, let me go back to the last show. You Europeans came in with a superior technology, and I have a path that is going from point A to point B. This path exists 100,000 years because from the inception of human beings, we started following the trails. These trails now, a European comes and he widens it, makes it a road. He might, that wooden bridge that they had there, he might take that down, build a superior bridge because he got a pass with all his troops. Did he put the infrastructure there, or did he build on what already existed?
In that case, he would have built on what had already existed.
Now, right there, everything Ankh was trying to explain to you is illustrated. Everybody came in and built on what was already there. the migration of the African was in Africa. He went left, he went right, he went up, he went down. There was nothing barring him. When Ngozi explained the exit and the re-entry of the Indonesian haplogroup or the Eurasian haplogroup, that intermingled with the African that was already there, didn't it? Now,
Yeah.
I look at an East African, like my brother Nipsey Hussle. No, he's an African. Everything about him is African, but he's not West African. So he's just as African as me, but his phenotype is a little different. Now, when you look at Nipsey Hussle, who's from Eritrea, East Africa, that whole area, doesn't he look like them people we see on the walls? And he definitely ain't look Mediterranean. You could watch that light skin, smooth hair brother and say he's West African. He's East African. There is no way you're gonna look at Nipsey and say he's Mediterranean. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We know for a fact, everybody agrees that the Egyptian culture, civilization, and language is an authentic African language. It has links to Bantu, etc. I'm no expert, but I listen to my brothers. I listen to what's his name? Asar Imhotep.
Mm-hmm.
So we know this. Now I'm listening to you. You keep slipping in there with this Mediterranean culture. No, it's not.
When did I say
when
that?
When you say Mediterranean culture, you create the illusion that, you know what, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. And then these Europeans all of a sudden came over and they built the pyramids. These Mediterranean people built the pyramids.
You do what Unc do. You just threw a lot of shit on the wall.
No, you see, I built my case piece by piece. I got you to agree at every
Why y'all
stage.
do this to me?
When I reach to the Mediterranean point that you make, now all of a sudden I'm sticking things on the wall.
No, because everything was story. Yeah, everything was just through at me. Like go ahead.
I built my case. I got you to agree. I stopped at every point.
Right, because I'm not a disagreeable person, though.
Said.
Go ahead, Vince.
No, I don't think Chef's saying that. I really don't think Chef's. From what I'm gathering, what Chef's saying is that basically what we consider black, us amongst ourselves, our view of black. We couldn't say that is what the Egyptians are. The indigenous Egyptians.
No. Like I said, I lived in Europe. I have Somalian brothers. I have Ghanaian brothers. I have Sudanese brothers. I know my Ghanaian brother we look alike. Our hair texture, our nose. When I look at the East African with his color hair, his texture of his skin, I know he's African, but he is not me. I have no problem understanding that difference. I can speak of Africa in the colloquial sense, but I understand that Ghana, small Ghana, is 16 times the size of the Netherlands. I understand that. I understand that to get from West Africa to East Africa, you're changing climates, you're changing environments. There is so much adaptation when you go from one end to the next, that although we all Africans, I am not East African. That's like saying European, a Frenchman is equal to a Scandinavian. No, we can see the phenotypical difference. We know they're all European, but we can see the phenotypical difference, but at no point where we say they're not European.
That's a fact. That's a fact,
at
though.
No point we gonna say that.
No, but see, why am I agreeing with you though? So what makes
because
you?
I'm factually correct,
right?
And
I don't have no problem. Right, I have no problem with accurate information. I'm not
Yeah.
fighting accurate information, right? Now, let me go back to where you started from, because you threw
Yeah,
a lot of shit.
Okay, good. There we go.
You threw a lot of shit.
There we go.
And y'all do this to me
Let's get it.
all the time because y'all
Let's
build
get
up
it.
these huge castles and say, now, chef, what you gonna do with that? How you gonna get through that? And it's like, yo, I agree with 90% of what the fuck you said. That don't make you 100% right. See, I only disagree. The disagreement come with the 10%. So you ain't got to build up these large and tell me what an African is. Like, I agree with all of that. You know what I mean? That's not the issue. Now, you started with Unc when you said Unc had built up the case about human beings making trails all through Africa. The Romans came, seen the trails, boom, 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 right? And they just built, paved roads over top of trails that the Africans had already made. In some cases, I will say, yes, that is completely, I can accept that completely, all right? Now, but when we get specific, right? And Ngozi came on and he started talking about Ouagadougou. So once you do that, you put a time on it. Now I got something to deal with. Now, if you going back 100,000 years, but I don't go back that far. Like, it's no recorded history. But once you start giving names to people and civilizations, right? Now we can start dating what the hell you saying, right? This is where the contention comes in at. This is the 10% that me and you is about to disagree at right here. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, I can agree with mostly everything that you said. But here go the 10%. He mentioned Ouagadougou, right? I said the Romans built those roads in North Africa, and they did it in a particular way, right? Now, the Romans wasn't the first people in North Africa, right, with technology that was building systems of commerce and things like that, right? We have the Phoenicians, the Libyans, all of those, the Egyptians, all of them was there prior to the Romans, right? So there was an infrastructure there in North Africa, but it wasn't the goddamn West Africans. It wasn't the inner West African people, right? North Africa has an indigenous population there. So we have to remove the notion that Africa means us. In all cases, it doesn't. Okay. It is a large continent. Okay. Hold on. Because I let you build, right? I let you build.
Oh, okay, cool. I agree with you 100%.
Okay. All right.
You're factually correct right there.
Right. Now, when Ngozi came in, he mentioned Ouagadougou, right? Now, he just put a time on it, right? Now, once he said Ouagadougou, I can accept everything that he said about the kings of Ouagadougou participating in a large trade route.
Just everybody though.
How you just gonna come in and do that?
Go ahead though. You just tricked everybody.
How did I
go ahead. I just know how you tricked everybody.
Go ahead, tell me the trick, because I don't want to continue on with the trick.
The trick is here's the trick. The trick is, which don't nobody else do. Nobody does this. Not niggas in North America do it. Not niggas in Europe. Europe is Asia. Don't none of them do the trick you just did. You just said, just because you're in Africa, right? That don't mean that's right there. That's
right.
The trick, my nigga.
How's that a trick?
Because niggas.
Thank God. Because I know I was about to make a hell of a point, but Unc had to come in. He back, y'all. Shit. Go ahead, Unc.
Can you hear?
In the matrix,
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I'm just saying that's the trick. I can explain the trick. I don't want to use what you're saying. I just want to let everybody know that was the trick.
No, when we're talking about, all right, go ahead. So when I talk about, we can talk about Africa in general, and then when you start naming people, now we're getting specific. So if you're just talking about Africans as being the people that occupy and that is indigenous to the continent of Africa, right? But again, he mentioned Ouagadougou. So now we can go to a specific people at a particular time. That's my point. That's my point.
I agree with you.
Right. All right. So let me.
I agree with that, but you slipped off and tricked us.
How did I trick? I don't want to trick nobody. So please explain how I trick people again, because I don't want to trick nobody. I want to be just as clear as y'all are with your points. Go ahead.
You threw down what you would consider your ace in the hole card.
Huh?
Like your ace in the hole card is, see, your ace in the hole card is, the Egyptian civilization is.
I ain't even get to Egypt yet. God damn. We still in West Africa. I didn't even get to Egypt. Y'all said nothing about these niggas yet. Oh man, phone is crazy. I bet you as soon as I continue on, he.
Before you continue, Chef, I want to make a point. One little quick point. You know that regardless of the culture, the writing, the art, whatever, as long as you were not part of the Roman Empire, you know that those people were considered barbarian?
What you mean?
Roman civilization is who started labeling different cultures, different peoples as barbarians. And a barbarian only meant people who are not part of the Roman Empire. So anything outside of the Roman Empire was considered barbarian. It wasn't that these people weren't civilized or had culture or had religion or had infrastructure. It was simply because they were not part of the Roman Empire. They were barbarians. So when we talk about getting civilized, again, whose perspective and what are we talking about?
Yeah, you rolled it back to your initial point, and I done kind of threw it off for what Chef was trying to make, because he had some good points in there. So I want to let you keep going. I just wanted to notify the listening audience that he tricked niggas, so he can go back and say the motherfucking Egyptians ain't us. See?
What the hell?
Keep going though. Yep. Keep going. Hold on. Are the Egyptians us?
No, they not.
There you go. So keep going. Proceed.
But how is that a trick? Cedric even said that. Hold on. But Cedric even just said, what?
I
don't even want to talk no more. I don't even want to talk no more. You go ahead.
No.
That was crazy.
Here's the trick amongst the unstudied, right? Watch this. What categories are you saying when we're no longer not us? Because here's the example. People in South Africa aren't us, depending on the categories you're using. People in South Africa are us, depending on the categories you're using. See, I'm up on my A game, my nigga. I'm A+ on this motherfucker. See, I know where we at. I got all angles figured out.
Oh,
I'm like that cagey old motherfucking fox, my nigga. What categories are we using to say they're not us? See, what are we talking about here, bro? So from this point going forward, I want to start defining what the fuck we talking about. That's my point.
You just messed up. You did it again. And like Sean said, why you just ain't let me finish? I could have made a million mistakes, and you could have killed me if you just would have let me finish. Let me be wrong. The more you let a person talk, yo, if you feel like that person is wrong, yo, let them talk. Let them make the ass out their self, yo. You feel me? Like, just let me make the ass out myself.
No, I didn't feel like you was wrong. That's why I said, yo, keep talking, but I wanted to
You said I was tricking
get off
people.
of it, which I was right. And I gave you the point you were tricking people. But I said the rest of your shit, you know what I mean, you was good. Remember? So
I'm tricking people because I'm not.
By saying that, no, because the statement that's not us. That's
And I stand on that. Mostly everybody.
Right,
so you saying it is
and
us?
Keep going. No, I'm saying depending on the categories we put it in. That's why I say keep your flow going. I didn't want to. Then Cedric dove in and we got long because my phone was cutting out. I never wanted to stop your flow. I wanted to break your motherfucking flow, and then hopefully you could get back on your track, which we kind of went far away. So keep, because your wandering point is correct. Keep going though, and I'm gonna get back. I
don't even know what the fuck we talking about no more.
Yo, we're talking about your point, right? Your statement that that's not us is a trick statement, because what categories are we saying? And I gave you an example. Strictly, people in South Africa are us. People in East Africa are us, right? But depending on the categories, people in South Africa are us, and people in East Africa are us, depending on the categories. That's my point.
See, you can make a point, right? And the point be so off topic, you gonna make me disagree with the shit. Like,
but keep going to your topic,
because
we're gonna get back on it. Listen. It really ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But I wanted to get you right there because you're gonna go back to that, not us, right? But keep going.
That wasn't even a point that I was. I know I was staying away from Egypt. I wasn't even going to talk about them.
All right. So why'd you say that wasn't us in North Africa? Explain it.
Because the Egyptians are not the only North Africans. God damn. The first Roman province was not, we was talking about what the Romans did in North Africa. And Egypt was not the first province in North Africa that the Romans had control over. That was my point. It was other people in North Africa. You're the one who just put it on the goddamn Egyptians, and now I'm lost.
No. Who is the Afar people? Is the first Roman province, bro? Are you saying they're not Africans?
No, I don't want to talk about this no more. I want to go back to the Ravens because I don't know what type of straw man arguments you're creating for Egypt when we're not even talking about them motherfuckers.
No, we are for Egypt right now. We're on the Afar. You said the first Roman province was the Afar people in North Africa. Am I right or wrong? And I'm asking you, were those the people you're saying, not us? That's all I'm asking, bro.
Well, hold on, repeat that again. Ask me that again.
The Afar are the people that they named Africa. That's the first Roman province made up of these people. And you're saying that they're not us. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm saying that's not us.
Right. So I know what the fuck I was saying. And I say you will later use that and say that the Egyptians aren't us.
And I will be 100% correct. So what is the issue? What is the trick? Hold on. So what is the trick? So you agree that the Afar people wasn't us, and you don't have no. But if I say the Egyptians wasn't us, then I'm tricking niggas.
I said the Afar people was us, and I made a statement. I codified it by saying, right, depending on the category, they can be us and they can't be us. So I don't want to bog the conversation down. I just want to show niggas that it's based off of categories that will make somebody you and not you. But I never wanted to stop you from saying what you were saying because you was on a great point. Just that little piece of that's not us. I know how y'all do it. Y'all will go to the foreign us, then you will extend it to the Egyptians us. You will do all that. And you fuck it up based off the categories. I know what I'm saying, bro. I know what I'm saying.
There are categories that you can place people in that can actually qualify them not being another people, right? So I'm clear on that. Like, I'm clear on that. Like, what are you saying? If you have,
Man, I'm gonna say it. I wasn't trying to bog it down at that point because you was making a great point. I just wanted to throw something in there real quick. I ain't know the phone was gonna cut in. I ain't know it was gonna stop right here. Since we had a stop sign, let me say this. If we're gonna categorize niggas that was on the continent for 70,000 years or more, then they're all in the same category, bro. Then we all fit in that category. If we break it down to 60,000 years, 30,000 years, 20,000 years, 10,000 years, then we're all in that same category as Africans. So at what point are we saying a person is an African, and then what point are we taking them out of Africa? Are we going to determine it based off of skin color? Because then if we based off of skin color, right, and similarities, then we're all in the same category. And then if we're going to say the changing of proteins and genetic nomenclature, then we'll start to change the category. That's the point I'm trying to make here, bro. It's not even that complicated. You
just complicated it. I could deal with you better if you would have stayed in religion. Cause right now, like, this is like you could have made a better religious argument than what you're making now.
Are you sure you don't?
Like, you're not even giving me. You didn't broaden the.
I did not, yo. I put categories in spots in places, yo, and this is what we have to define. Like, if you don't do that, yo,
when we pick up history,
then y'all niggas can run around the fucking board anytime way y'all
want.
No,
I be so on point, yo. I try not to move. I try to keep it where I'm at. Y'all do this. Listen, if I talk about the Romans, right? Hold on, listen, but we all read European works. So this is where we get our category. Come on, yo, you can't do that. Like, listen, if I start talking about the Romans, right? Now I'm talking about a specific group of people, and I'm talking about a time period, right? So now it's defined already in that. If I say Roman, right? Now it's already defined. You're the one who want to go back 100,000 years and fuck it up. That ain't me.
I actually didn't, Chef. I actually didn't go back 100,000 years, Chef.
Yo, listen.
I actually didn't, Chef. Hey, Chef, I actually didn't.
Okay.
I simply gave us parameters of categories on how to classify a person as an African. I simply did that. That's all.
Whoever questioned in this conversation who was an African and who wasn't an African? Did that ever come up? Cedric, did that ever come up?
Yes, it did.
No.
You said they're not.
I can say a person is Mediterranean and they can still be African. Why? Because the whole North African coast is the goddamn Mediterranean. So why do these things frustrate you? How do basic geography
because of what
How do geography
it implies.
become racist? That's the shit that doesn't make sense to me. We can't even read geography without it being racial.
No, you see what you did though, right? What you didn't do was
tricked everybody again. I just tricked everybody again. Oh, go ahead. Tell me how I trick people.
Explain to them what you mean when you say Mediterranean culture. Please explain that, and then the audience will get it crystal clear. Go ahead, Chef.
What you mean?
Here's where we disagree. That's the 10% we disagree.
Oh my God.
No. What do you mean when you classify Egypt as a Mediterranean culture? Explain that.
That it was a culture that traded and dealt in the Mediterranean. It bordered the Mediterranean. It had commerce and everything, you know what I mean? And diffusion of culture on the Mediterranean. That's what make it a Mediterranean culture. You can look it up. And we read it together though, Unc. We read that together.
Thank you. Hey, yo, thank you, sir, for codifying that. Now, the listening audience understands that when you say Mediterranean, you don't mean like the Europeans was trying to push it. They were trying to push it that the culture itself originated in the fucking Mediterranean. That's the difference
the definition that I just gave you is another European definition.
No, I ain't trying. Listen, bro. All right, I know you know what I'm saying right now. I know you get what. I know the people listening. They calling right now, yo. The more majority.
I get it, Unc. I get it.
Come on, dog.
Because from the time he says Mediterranean, I put my finger up. What do you mean by Mediterranean? We established that that was an African culture, and we know Mediterranean means that they traded and had their livelihood from that coast. If you look at whole of Egypt, you cannot consider Egypt a Mediterranean culture, though.
No, from his definition, you can. See, it's about defining words and who's defining the words, right? So when I say Egypt is an active culture, I mean it's homegrown from 4,100 miles of river. It's homegrown from the motherfucking Sahara. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. That the orders of Egypt is not the Mediterranean, but the Mediterranean played a role because that's what people were like. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that those things need to be codified and defined because Europeans use that shit to play the game. That's all I'm saying. No different than when I say a motherfucking a theory. Means confused. A theory. They're confused. So we codify it by saying a scientific theory, and then we explain what it means. And then everybody who's not fighting it act crazy say, "Oh, I understand it." So when you say Mediterranean culture, oh, we now understand it because they're clearly defined it, bro. But let it be known that the Europeans, they didn't mean that when they was first coming up with it, nigga. They were saying that shit came from Mesopotamia and that these Greek-type motherfuckers built Egypt. That's the fuck they meant. That's why they had the whole Cairo symposium. Come on, dog. Like, let's keep it clean right here, yo. I'm not online, I'm not delusional, and I'm not extending the line 100,000 years at all. So I'm saying, African, if you've been in Africa longer than motherfucking 10,000 years, 5, 6, 7,000 years, you fucking African. That's the categories I'm playing with.
Agreed.
My feelings hurt. I mean, yo, y'all will take and make a whole scenario. Y'all will make a mountain out of a molehill. Like it, I don't even know where the fuck we started at.
Jeff.
What are y'all talking about at this point?
Give me a second. And I get this, okay? When we look at how things are described, how things are explained, right? Take into account, again, for example, the Romans came in, right? And the way the Romans wrote about the Britannians, or the way they wrote about the Franks, we would assume that these people were uncultured, uncivilized, didn't have no language, no network, no nothing, because of the Roman idea that these people were barbarian. A barbarian doesn't mean uncivilized, uncultured, uneducated. It doesn't mean none of that. It only means you ain't Roman. Now, when we hear those people were barbarians, we automatically think of people being uncivilized. When we read the Romans came in and they did this and civilized this, we misinterpret that as if these people didn't have a culture, didn't have a language system, didn't have all these things in place, and it was the Romans that came and civilized them, gave them structure, gave them culture. No, everyone that didn't fall under the Roman Empire was uncivilized, was a barbarian, regardless of the culture and the sophistication of their society. You were a barbarian, again, last time, as long as you weren't Roman. But when we hear barbarian today, we think of what? And that's the narrative that we consistently trying to correct. The same way science made a 180 in terms of how they deal with the racist narrative from the 17 and the 1800s. The other disciplines, without a scientific fact behind them, continue to stay clouded in that idea. Again, Chef, up to maybe 10 years ago, I didn't know Egypt was physically in Africa. Didn't make sense. It was Greek. It was everything except physically hard African on the continent that had people, black people, Sudanese looking people that are there today throughout this whole place. That idea didn't exist. Moses was this white dude with a big beard, and Pharaoh was Charlton Heston. This is what we're fighting against, Chef. And when you say Mediterranean, in the concept of Greek, because that's what people gonna think, Greek, Mediterranean, we throw ourselves right back in the lap of the racist historians who were thinking Africans couldn't do this. These people needed to be imported from Greece. No, until the Europeans crossed that border, nothing was here. That's the narrative that existed, Chef. Probably you didn't grow up with it. But I sit down here older than you, fully understanding what Ankh is doing, because my mind was disturbed like that. I knew of East Africans, but would tell you that Egyptian was an Arab. I would just tell you so. Today I know better. Today I know they most likely look like these people in Eritrea and Somalia. That type of phenotype is what they had. The straight nose, the coolie hair, the different tones of skin. They go from dark to extremely light. But you're not gonna convince me that it was a blue-eyed somebody from in Europe that had anything to do with what was going on in Africa. That you're not gonna fool me anymore. Well, when the Greeks came in and the Romans came in, I know the history, etc. Yes, you know, they put Cleopatra, Mark Antony was on the throne for something. I know that history. But what we talking about is like that lady sitting down there, completely full of herself, saying, "No nigga ain't built shit in Africa. You needed the Greeks. Without the Greeks, you wouldn't have had an Africa." That shit don't make no sense. That's a lie. And that's the argument we're having here. But when so yes, Cedric understands I'm West African. Probably my group of people, my South African or didn't have anything to do with what was going on in Egypt, but doesn't mean that there weren't Africans doing it just like me. We are Africans. You would never hear a Dutch guy say Greek is not part of European culture. And he would own that just as much. He has no problem owning Greek history as part of European culture, although he has nothing directly to do with it. But it's European. He's European. He's not Greek. He's definitely not Greek. But he gonna claim that and never say it wasn't us. You ever hear Europeans say it wasn't us?
No.
It was us. The Germans invented everything, but the Italian gonna say we Europeans did it. And we give them the full credit without questioning, but we do it to ourselves. Now, I understand your point. Probably those people didn't look like me and you, but they were black and they were Africans. You're not gonna convince me they were European. Or not gonna buy the narrative. I never
tried to convince nobody.
I know you're not doing it.
They were European.
But that's the narrative we're fighting against. You hear it? So like,
but it wasn't even
I don't
this
disagree with
conversation.
you, but when we communicate and we communicate certain things, like when I hear you say Mediterranean culture, I pull up the handbrakes one time. My head goes to Greece, my head goes to Troy, my head goes to the Phoenicians, my head doesn't say African. And that's the narrative we're trying to change, because that's the false narrative.
And that's the problem, because now we're not putting Africa in its proper geographical zone. That's not my issue. Y'all have an issue with the map. Y'all have an issue that Africa is a large continent, right? And
Who
it
has an
inhabits
issue with that?
no that Africa borders Europe and Asia. That's an area. North Africa has always been an area of confluence of different people, different phenotypes. You know what I mean? Moving in and about. Ain't nobody know these borders was there, right? Ain't nobody know this, right? These people are just
African didn't know that there were borders there either.
So these people are just moving around the Mediterranean. Y'all have the problem with this. Y'all have a problem with understanding that these people didn't care what side of the Mediterranean they was on.
And the Africans didn't care what side of the Sahara they were on either. You see, you got carried the argument both ways.
I never mentioned, but once you start getting to a specific time, now people started to etch out their own zones. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not act like, you know, after the desertification, right, that people carved out niches. And that's where those people, and then they defended those niches. Do y'all disagree with that? Like, how many times, at one point, the Greeks recognized Ethiopia, right, as being south of Egypt. So how do we deal with that point? If you have why am I getting the feedback? Do y'all hear echo?
Yeah. Let me mute my mic.
Yo. I'm here. Why? I'm getting too much feedback, yo. I can't even. Is that me? Oh, I think it's cool now.
Huh?
I think it's cool now. Look, y'all done took me so far off the goddamn point.
Y'all begging to get you back on the point, yo. I just wanted to throw that flare in there. I won't do that no more. I thought we were making a good point. I didn't mean to get that entrenched. I fucked that up. I thought we was gonna just keep it flowing. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to go. We fucking dope.
Yeah, like I'm.
Yeah, you argued about the shit you wasn't even prepared to argue. You wasn't, at least in that mind frame. You was on the roads, and you was on a particular tribe, and you was on a particular thing that Romans was doing. Let's just drop everything we saying right now and go back to that. Let's get back on to that, because I don't like that. You need to be able to get that thought out, because this shit was important.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, get
all right, the thing was that, you know, Ngozi came in and cleared conversation up, right? But he didn't, because once you mention, right, a kingdom or a specific group of people, now you didn't put a time period on it. Unc wasn't talking in specifics and putting the time period on it. He was talking what came before civilization. He was talking about the prehistoric trails that was made by human beings, right? Am I correct, Unc?
Yeah, I don't like before the civilization word, but keep going though.
Okay. All right.
But yes, you're right on point. You're right on point with that. You know your point. Go ahead.
Right. So, Ngozi came in with some great information. about West Africa. Unc had the great information about how early human beings, even going back to before Homo sapiens, right? That other human beings, right? We prospered from, well, we know that other archaic human beings, right, had trade networks, right? Because we found certain things in their burials that showed that they was trading, right, with each other, beads and shells and different, you know what I mean? So we know that archaic human beings, right, was actually set up trade networks or had a system of trading going on. So Homo sapiens even benefited off of that. So I told Unc made a great point. It was crystal clear. Got it. You feel me? Now, then Ngozi came in and gave more information, right, about particular groups of West Africans that dealt in the trade from sub-Saharan Africa into North Africa, right? And he mentioned Ouagadougou. Now, when he did that, now we have a point of contention because now we have a time period on it. Now we got specific. Unc wasn't specific, right? It could be no disagreement that human beings moved around, migrated, and created trails, right? Now, Ngozi said the kings of Ouagadougou participated in this early trade. I totally agree. Have no problem with that. But the kings of Ouagadougou was a goddamn AD civilization. So the kings of Ouagadougou, by the time it gets to recorded history, right? By the time they come to the point where we can record them, right? Or go back as far as we can, we find out that they were an AD group of people, right? Their confederacy or whatever they built, right, was an AD situation, right? Around 400 AD to be kind of exact. The Romans was building in North Africa in the BC era. So that when people say I got beat up on that point, geographically and historically, y'all pseudo as hell. Like, what are y'all reading that can say that I got beat up on that point? Because the goddamn Ouagadougou, again, is an 80 civilization, right? The Romans was in Africa in the BC time period. And am I saying that the Romans built everything in North Africa? No, never said that, right? You had the Egyptians in North Africa that was building before the Romans got there. You had the Numidians, you had the Phoenicians. So you had many other groups of city built. Huh?
Got the Carthaginians.
Yeah. The Carthage, that was the Phoenicians. That would be considered Phoenician though. Look, I'm still there. You know what I mean? So yeah, those people was there. But this is the thing, even with those people being there, and I would never say that those people wasn't African, right? But they was not sub-Saharan Africans.
Okay, hold on, stop right there.
Go ahead.
And that's simply based off the category you created. But keep moving on.
I did not create that category.
No,
I didn't create that category.
I know, bro. We know. Keep going. I'm following that. I got you. Go ahead, yo.
Right. So those North Africans built their civilization up in North Africa. That was their thing. That's all I'm saying. Not our thing. And it shouldn't hurt you, because when they do that shit to us, right? When they do that shit to us, we get highly offended, right?
To what?
When those Berbers attribute ancient Ghana and Ouagadougou was started by Berbers, right? That shit is offensive because what they're saying is that we couldn't create those kingships and those civilizations and those trade routes without motherfucking Berbers.
You are making our exact point.
Right. So when we say, hold on. So when we try to say, right, or transpose sub-Saharan Africans in places where the Phoenicians and other North Africans, had did their thing, then that's offensive too. That it got to be able to go both ways, yo. It's just like when we do shit like this, right? It's the same thing that we do when we call out the Abos, right? We say, man, y'all taking these people culture from them. Y'all claiming a culture that wasn't Charles. Like, how dare you do that? You did enough in history where you don't have to do that. You don't. But go ahead, huh?
Yeah, but that's why I said you was tricking niggas.
All right.
For this moment right here.
Mm-hmm.
So, point that needs to be made. Who made the category of sub-Saharan Africa? It was the racist white supremacists. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to make Africa black. Remember, whenever we say black, that's a colonial term, a colonial expression of what they saw with their eyes. And if your ass wasn't big lip, peppercorn hair, and dark skin, then you wasn't African no more. And since they seen the difference, it's not being pitch black and all that, then they definitely wasn't African. They didn't know about the Human Genome Project. They didn't know about the Skin Map by Gina Dabrowski. They didn't know about the heavy diversity that's in Africa. So, like when you in Europe, right? The area that they call in Asia, right? Northern Asia and all that, right? Their diversity is not as such in Africa. So Africa is the most diverse place on planet Earth. And as a matter of fact, it's so fucking diverse that within the continent of Africa, an African can be not as close to each other as, say, a European to an African. That's why I will never, ever, 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 ever acquiesce to a faulty premise. What's the faulty premise? One, there is no race. Two, DNA markers do not denote race. What we're really talking about is what categories are we using?
I didn't mention race not one time. Let's be honest.
No, you didn't, but I gotta put that there.
But then people gonna think that I was talking about race.
You wasn't. No, I'm telling you the conversation that needs to be had in our community. Right? Because Diaz and them acquiesced to the faulty premise. When white people said that, y'all sub-Saharan African, y'all not there. Y'all not, black Africans wasn't there. They wasn't sub-Saharan African. Diaz responded with, yes, we was. Right? He shouldn't have responded that way, but that's all we knew at that time. We actually thought that the phenotypical differences, that the skin color differences really is what made us different. We have since understand that was racism at an all-time high. Using that racism, the Egyptians was moved conveniently out of Africa. They were spoke upon as being non-Africans, Middle Easterns, and all kind of other shit. Now, to the point where the people that's in Egypt now, that y'all fight to say they've been there forever, which I would totally agree. Right? They're just one population of motherfuckers that was in Egypt. They will say that they're not Africans, their damn self, based off of the racism, white supremacy that was early on. So I am telling you that I am not acquiescing to that. There is no such thing as race. We're talking about cultures. We're talking about categorizing things. So for me, there is no sub-Saharan African category that would usurp human beings from traveling back and forth, no more than Arabs travel back and forth. So when we say the Egyptians aren't black, or no, when we say the Egyptians are black, what do you mean when you got me, you got Cedric, you got Fritz. Joe said that we're all fucking black. But when it comes to Africa, if a nigga is light-skinned with thin lips and narrow noses, then he's not African no more. These are the points I'm trying to make. What the fuck are we really talking about? I'm saying we're talking about culture. That is the great divide. Your culture teach you how to treat a nigga. Your culture teach you whether slave is right or wrong. Your environment show you the way to do what you do. And you capitalize it through your culture. Thus you create deities, you create everything. So what I'm trying to tell you is Egypt is neither black nor white because that's a racist construct. African Americans aren't black. They ain't never been black until the white boy came and said we was black. And John Henry Clark made that point very, 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 very eloquently in that fucking debate. But everybody didn't want to hear what John Henry Clark said. He said black is just the way you look, but it's not your. It's not.
But you just did the same thing.
All right, go ahead, bro.
No, you just did the same thing.
No, I didn't.
You said, listen to this. You don't understand how much your own language trip you up when you trying to do this. You just said we wasn't black until the white boy said we was black.
That's a fact, bro.
Damn.
That's a fact. How am I tripping myself up?
You see the contradiction in that statement?
No, I don't. Because that was race science. That was the cranial science. That was the big lips, big nose, dark skin, and peppercorn. We wasn't black, my nigga. We was Cometians. We was
Cometians.
We was Yoruba. We was all kind of everything but this fucking color shit. That's my point. White people wasn't fucking white. When did the white people become white? Listen, dog. I don't expect everybody to fuck with me on this, but I am telling you, I'm fucking with the signs. Simple as that. I'm fucking with the signs, dog, because niggas be trying to trip a nigga up. The white boys got niggas arguing over whether each was black or not. Crazy as fuck. Niggas skin color change, niggas phenotype change. We start talking about Hubble groups. What the fuck? A Hubble group does not denote a race at all. Nowhere near. It's about the categories, bro. I'm telling you, yo. I will argue y'all niggas down, and then I will demand scientific articles on what y'all saying. And that's when niggas fall apart. Just like with the vaccine shit. Yo, give me a scientific article.
So you would demand for your categories, you demand scientific articles. When in this particular argument, once the category doesn't fit your liking now, you want a scientific, you know what I mean, article to back up what.
I'm not saying that.
Go ahead. Because if we're just talking about people can be categorized, you know what I mean, in different ways. Like, so, in any way I could, you show me a way that I can't show that the Egyptians were different and not us. I think I can show it scientifically. I can show it culturally. I can show it linguistically. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. All of that bears the same, it's going to lead to the same conclusion. They ain't us. They ain't us. Now, I can't believe you about to put forth an argument for this.
Yeah, how? Let's get it in. Him is a 99% the same.
So you doing this just for sport now at this point?
No,
you're just arguing for the sake of sport.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that skin color, hair texture, size of noses and lips and all that shit, hair follicles and all that shit is arbitrary. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't even disagreeing with you on that. So get back to what I just said.
Okay, so if that's the fucking point, the only thing we can go on is your black ass or light skin ass or
then you African.
Right. How about
That
that?
ain't how do you keep making that point like somebody is disagreeing with you on that the Egyptians was African? Nobody is that you didn't won on that part, yo. You won. If you make that part, if you make that point one more time, I'm gonna lose it. You can't run back to that every time you get in a pickle. Every time you get in a pickle, you go back to the point that they was African. Fine. They also was mammals. So what? What are you saying? Stop running back to that point like somebody is like you're beating me up by using that point. You're not. You repeating a point that you already proved. And we agree to it.
Good.
They were
Good.
Homo sapiens.
What else? They was African.
They were Homo sapiens. They was Africans. They was mammals. You know what I mean? Like what do you want? You want?
Go ahead, Fritz.
Go ahead, Fritz.
No, I agree with Chef. Just exactly what Chef said. I agree with him.
Yeah, like no, he keep going back to that point. Like is the overriding fact that Africa is a very big and diverse place with many different people. I talked to an African, right? And I ain't gonna give her a name because somebody might know it, but she is Nigerian, and she says Africa is she say we are a land of tribes, right? Like most African Americans don't understand Africa because we look at ourselves, you know, as tribes. And I understood exactly what she was saying. And that was an issue in Africa. It took, just think when an empire arose in Africa, it was a very hard thing to do, right? Because every ethnic, it was so many different ethnic groups, and every ethnic group felt as though that they had a king, right? So even though they couldn't see that they were a part of larger groups, but they couldn't see that on the ground. Every difference that they had, they magnified their differences for separation. But they were so much in the muck of their differences that they didn't see the unity in it. And it took other people, right? It took other people like I use Ashkia, right? Muhammad, right? Who
you fucking it up though, Chef.
Hold on. Let me fuck it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm entitled to fuck up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I don't even let you fuck up. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So you had Ashkia, or we can go with Shaka Zulu, right? Who we all look at these people as being Zulus, right? But it was so many different tribes and ethnicities amongst the people that we call Zulu, right? Now Shaka unified so many different tribes that we all call now Zulu, right? He basically made a federation, right? And then he became the king. He conquered those, you know what I mean? But he had to go to war to do that because these people, they were so ingrained in their own specific ethnicity, right? That they couldn't see the forest for the trees. Now, that's Africa. And when she explained that to me, you dig what I'm saying? Like, yo, she explained that like, yo, it was so many different ethnicities within her own group that we would just call, she said she was Igbo, right? Or something like that, Igbo. She was like, yo, it's like 30 different classifications within that group. You feel me? It's so many different dialects inside of that group. And all these people feel as though they the same. I mean, that they're different. So when you're talking about Africa, you're talking about a place that's very broke apart by the many different ethnicities and dialects and languages that you feel me? But I understood what she was saying, right? And because we do this here, right? I know people who don't deal with people 2 blocks over. 2 blocks over. Anybody else that come to Baltimore say, yo, they live in the same neighborhood. But this guy lived 2 blocks over. He don't even talk to the guys that live 2 blocks that way. They're a whole different group of dudes to him, right? Like he feel like they do everything different, right? And it's the same way, like, and once I understood it on that level, I realized that, yo, that is a big problem in Africa, and that's a problem that we gotta overcome. We lumping too much African shit together, and those people don't look at it like that. They look at themselves as their ethnicity, right, and their little particular groups as more being their identity than we do. You feel me? Like, so you can go ahead and build it. That was the point I wanted to make on that. Now tell me where I'm wrong.
But because that's a natural thing, and that's what Homo sapiens been doing since the dawn of time, right? The unnatural part was through Arabism and colonialism, and at the Berlin Conference, where they decided to border up and do it their way. If left to our own devices, we would have conquered each other, and kingdoms would have formed and merged the same way it did in Asia. Yo, they had different dialects and all that shit too in Europe. They just, like the Brits, a fucking Brit wasn't a fucking Roman nigga, and Britannica, right? You know what I'm saying? And then you get the French. That none of the niggas fuck with the Russians. They was all the same shit. A whole bunch of different niggas thinking they different, but they was the fucking
that's what I was saying, right?
Right. So I'm saying that the problem is we weren't allowed, and it sounds harsh, we wasn't allowed to finish that process out. Where at the end of the day, the nigga to get more savvy and can unify more groups together will form another kingdom, because that's all the Romans did.
Right.
Different tribes coming together, bro. So you're right. They just sped the process up, bro. But they sped the process up, and they did it the way they did it to benefit them and their politics. And thus you have sub-Saharan Africa. Thus you have the borders of this, the borders of that. This shit was fucking brilliant, dog. Like, that's some spectacular shit they did. Like, dude, do you remember the video we looked at? And the guy was talking about hunting his own country, right? When they boarded it off, nigga became something else overnight. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah, so I think this is a very, very key part in the conversation. We need to time stamp it, because what you're saying is naturally what human beings do, right? And they make it seem like it's something wrong with getting conquered or conquering. That never was the problem. The problem is when you, right, do that to another people and that shit don't get to play out, right? And you make it the way you want to make it for your control of it. You say, well, damn, ain't that kind of like what conquered is? Yeah. So they conquered us on a whole. The way they conquered us, right, was they decided how the conquering was going to be, right? So, like, for instance, Africa fought for their independence, right? Kicked Europe out of Africa, right? But the European left all their infrastructure. They left their language. Language is culture. They basically left their culture. When you leave your language, you leave your culture. So no matter how hard we try, we still speak in French. We still speak in Belgium. We're still speaking English. You can simply tell who the African was conquered by the European language they speak. Remember, language transmits culture. So when you got that barrier in the whole situation, the situation is crazy as a motherfucker, dog. Like, it's a whole lot to get through. I think the African Americans is in the best position to get through because we truly understand. We truly get it. Most of us ain't gonna run around with no motherfucking white Jesus. We're gonna do the black Jesus. We ain't gonna do the white Jesus. Like, we're just not gonna do that. Because making Jesus white is a cultural stance, yo. So yeah, the point you made was good, yo. I just wanted to kind of throw it in a little bit.
But can I say something?
Wait, Fitz.
What I would say, Steph and you, none of you are wrong, but it's the level of what you're arguing on. Are we arguing on a humanity level, a cultural level or ethnicity level, which level are we arguing at? Do you know what I mean? As Chef says, if you go to a certain time period within the Egyptian culture, you're gonna get different cultures. That's what you're gonna get, and ethnicities. It's just part of the human setup. If we're gonna go to a bigger picture, everything is from Africa. Every human being, what we can see is from Africa. So in some way or the other, the Egyptians that we might not see as Africans like us came from the Africans like us. Because that's how humans migrated out of Africa. So it's which level are you arguing at? We're mixing it all up together and we're all over the place. But you're both right in that sense.
And where's Cedric at?
Right here.
Okay. I was just making sure you were still with us.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm listening. Because I agree, you and Ankh, and that's why I keep trying to work on the words we're using. Because you're not saying nothing different. Because we clear that up. Okay, I'm West African. I know phenotypically I'm different than East African, I'm different than South African, but we are Africans. When we use a certain type of vocabulary, sub-Saharan, what are supposed to mean? The blacks, Africans, compared to the white, what does sub-Saharan African mean? I don't understand what that word means.
We definitely can look it up. We can source it.
Sub-Saharan is me, West African, but sub-Saharan is Sudanese, right? Which look nothing phenotypically like me. That don't compare nothing to me.
But that's a geographical kind of, more of a geographical kind of labeling said. When they say sub,
then what's the other distinction?
It means the people in the groups that live below the Sahara. It's simple, sub-Saharan, meaning below the Sahara.
Yeah, you can't really take that as can't take that as an ethnicity or you can maybe say that as a culture, but really they're just telling you a geographical location, like location, and that's it, really.
So everything under sub-Saharan, up under the sub-Saharan is identical, and everything above is North Africa.
No. There's diversity in North Africa. Listen, there's diversity in North Africa. Those Berber groups have different names. They have different customs, right? It's so many different ones, right? The same way when you go in this crate, they don't even all accept being called Berber. Let's be real. So, I mean, just like all sub-Saharan Africans, right, don't all agree to be classified as sub-Saharan Africa, but it's still a geographical location, and we getting better with the more people come into the arena of academia or put their groups in the arena of academia, you got to respect them more, right?
I want you, when you get a chance, pull up the map, look at sub-Saharan Africa, go right across, and see that some countries are considered sub-Saharan that actually aren't sub-Saharan.
They in the Sahara. Some of them, are in the Sahara. Listen, we're not saying it's 100%. The same way race, the same way when we use phenotype and stuff, it's not 100%. It's bleed over on both sides. Nobody is saying there's no bleed. It's bleed geographically, there's bleed, right? DNA-wise, there's bleed. Like, there are gray areas and come on now, there's no clear lines nowhere in these conversations that we're talking about, right?
No way, especially not with the current human migration. Are you crazy? You're never gonna get clear lines like that.
Right.
You have to go way, way back. And what does that mean anyway? What are we contending here? Because I don't get what does the sub-Saharan, what does that mean, said?
I don't know. I keep hearing it, and it means nothing to me, because what's stopping one group from crossing and being there, and
nothing stops, nothing physically.
But when we say it, we know the context in which it is said. A faulty premise to do as if sub-Saharan, as if
is Africa faulty? Is Africa faulty, Cedric? Is Africa faulty? We clearly look at a line and say, this is Africa, this is Asia. We just made that line up. And you would say everybody, listen, you would say everybody that lives, you would say, yes, hold on, listen. And water is not a goddamn boundary either. So we can stop that. Water is not a boundary for human beings. Never been, never is. Water, bodies of water is not a boundary for human beings.
Yeah, so the whole
just like a desert, hold on. Just like a desert, the Sahara Desert.
Conversation done quick. The whole world is populated with nothing but Africans. End of discussion.
No, hold on.
Africa. Everybody come up to Africa.
Everything west.
Borders. So don't tell me about Mediterranean. All I know, based on what you say, every person on this planet is African.
Well, you know what we was just saying to you, we were saying it depends on what you're trying to say. Everyone is an African if you want to put it in a human sense of migration.
So we
when you want to talk about, let me finish, when you talk about a cultural sense, there is a different, and ethnicity, there is a difference. And then you have to go into time periods. And that's what we actually say. We're not saying that no one isn't. What I'm trying to say, is there a Sahara, Cedric? There is a Sahara in our geographical map locations in 2021. There is a Sahara. So when we say stub of Sahara, they just mean below the Sahara. And that's it. Now, anything you want to push into that afterwards, meaning culturally or ethnicity, then you have to dig a bit deeper. That's all we're saying. But there is a sub-Sahara.
We in the deeper discussion again. Context is everything. When we say again, I am probably the one here who is the virgin, who eyes open the most brightest, going, wait, say that again. You know why? Because up until a couple of years ago, hearing Greek, hearing Egyptian, Mediterranean, created the illusion that we were dealing with a Greek civilization. Good. When we talk about sub-Saharan, right, we do as if there are no phenotypes that resemble us, me, in the northern hemisphere of Africa. We pretend as if North Africa is more European than African. And we slip, we stop. And that's the game being played over and over.
You just messed that up, though. You just messed that up. Listen, North Africa, okay? Again, I'm going to tell you, North Africa is Mediterranean. The climate, God.
Mediterranean is a sea.
So you telling me, listen, so yes.
Mediterranean is a sea.
Mediterranean, hold on. Listen, come on. Mediterranean is a sea. It also denotes a climatic zone, right? Mediterranean means it also denotes a cultural zone. It does. And on one side of the Mediterranean.
We went through this already with Mujahid, and he explained how the Mediterranean is being used. I trade under the Mediterranean.
But that's not the only thing that it means, though. You get that?
Then we're going to disagree hardcore.
No, but we shouldn't know. We can clear that up.
We're going to disagree hardcore. Why?
Hold on.
Not on the fact that Egypt borders the Mediterranean, that Morocco, Libya, all these countries, Tunisia, border the Mediterranean. What we're going to argue is the culture. What's a Mediterranean culture? Greek culture is Mediterranean culture. Is Gibraltar Mediterranean culture? Oh no, Gibraltar Spanish culture.
Yes, so it's
Greek-
Tripoli.
it's Greek
so
culture.
it's Tripoli.
Right?
Right?
Cedric,
But Africa, Egypt is Mediterranean culture.
Yes.
Cedric,
Gibraltar is Spanish culture.
can I ask you a question,
It's
Cedric?
Greek culture.
Cedric, is the problem here?
But Egypt is Mediterranean. Listen,
Why is that a problem?
Gibraltar
It's just
is in the
geographic. It's
Mediterranean.
just geography.
Gibraltar is in the Mediterranean, right opposite Morocco. You just said Spanish culture. But
There's
Egypt
Mediterranean
is
also.
Mediterranean culture. That don't make no
All right,
sense.
Cedric,
Oh, God.
is the problem here? Is the problem here that we're saying that the Egyptians, that the pyramids were built by a Mediterranean culture? Is that the problem what we've got? Because I can't see no other problem we have. Is that what the problem is?
When we say Mediterranean culture, what do we mean?
Well, it's
Because
only a
just
culture. It's a
explained
culture.
it.
that
It's a
Egypt
culture. It's-
is an internal, came from within Egypt, from within Africa. The language is bonded to Africa. Their practices, everything about it is tied to inner Africa. But yet we
No, but I'm
assuming that
asking-
these people
I get
share a
it.
culture with Spain and Greece.
We get there's a cultural difference between a Mediterranean and an African. But what I'm trying to say to you is that the problem? Is it because there's a crossover where we don't know if it's a Mediterranean built constructions in the pyramids or an African? Is that the problem?
Is Egyptian culture Mediterranean culture? I still don't know what Mediterranean culture is. Is it Spanish?
We know
Is it
Mediterranean.
Greek?
We know Mediterranean culture comes way after the African culture, in that sense.
So
in
why
being built
are
up
we
as the-
referring to Egypt as a Mediterranean culture?
No, they're saying that ethnicity you can have a Mediterranean ethnicity within that. Yes, you can. But
It
culturally,
got all ethnicities within them. But to determine and say that it's a Mediterranean culture, like Chef just did, is where we're going to argue. It is not.
I don't think Chef
It is
is
an
saying that.
African culture that trades with other nations that are in the Mediterranean Sea. Each one of them having their own distinct
Yo.
identity.
I'm sorry, Egypt is a transcontinental locale, right? It's not their fault, and is not their fault that we just can't accept geography. Like I just don't. I'm having a hard time. You know what I mean? Like we're so tied to this shape of Africa that it stands alone in the world. It was never cut off from the rest of the world. It was never this place, right, that didn't exist with the rest of the world, with Europe and Asia also. But for some reason, we think that it had to be that this clear line was a boundary where nobody, that culture couldn't move back and forth, people couldn't move back and forth, that the climate couldn't, be the same on one side of the goddamn the Mediterranean as it is on the other side. So when they say Mediterranean culture, they can talk about foods, the different fauna and plants and things that grow on the Mediterranean. That's what makes it Mediterranean. It's the climate and the people, right? They start to look a certain type of way because they all border and they live in this habitable zone on the Mediterranean. But for some reason, that is offensive to us. So either y'all have a problem with geography, right? Or somebody just taught y'all wrong. But don't make me the punching bag because North Africa is a part of the Mediterranean world. Well, how the hell do I become the punching bag because I just acknowledge a damn geographical fact? So I gotta be saying racist shit just because I acknowledge the fact of geography. Help me. What is the issue?
Chef, the problem is we're fighting a battle which is 60 years old for one. For two, we've tied ourselves up into a history which is a fairy tale history in a sense. Yeah.
Who told a fairy tale?
Not you said. No, not you.
No.
In general.
I'm asking. A fairy tale told by whom?
By the biblical people. It's the same as the biblical people trying to place them. It's the same as Jews and everybody else trying to place themselves in some imaginary place in time. Hold on.
I never said that a West African, my people were Egyptian. I'm saying
so
that
what are
you
we
claiming that there's Greek and more Europeans who built.
I never said that.
But when you talk like you do, that's what you're implying, and you don't even hear yourself.
No, that's the way you're taking it. If I acknowledge that they are African,
no way that it's
listen,
implied.
if I acknowledge that they're African, then how could I be saying that they are Greek too? Make that make sense to me.
By slipping in their Mediterranean culture.
Because they are.
No,
what the hell? Oh my God.
So Spain is Mediterranean culture.
Yes, sir.
Italy is Mediterranean culture.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Mediterranean, right? It's also Southern European, right? It has different
and Egypt
is African.
Borders a Mediterranean Sea, but it's African culture.
The same way as Egypt is in Africa, it's also on the Mediterranean, right? It's also on the Nile, right?
And what does being on the Mediterranean mean? It means you trade with the people and other civilizations that are in that area. It doesn't mean that you share a culture from nobody else.
Yes, but Chef, said, you know what? You're being tricky there. You know what it means. Mediterranean means it's a climate, it's a geographical location around the world. Just like being on the equator. You have people on the equator in the African countries, and you also have them in Australia's. So you do
and in India.
And in India as well. So it's what context you're taking it in. He's not saying that North Africa is Mediterranean, but it is geographically Mediterranean. The culture is different. Then when you got to go into what part and what area, what time, and what we're talking about in culture and ethnicity wise, but it is the Mediterranean.
Jeff, you agree?
Yeah.
So it's on the Mediterranean,
things can have more than one meaning, right? Things can have more than one meaning according to the point that you're making. So it's, I mean, I Smash, you can definitely come on the panel and add your input. Like we're just having a discussion. If you make a valid point, you know, you can make a valid point. Like nobody is disagreeing with valid information. Like we're just hammering it out. So you definitely welcome to come on and right. So I mean, what would be your disagreements? What we're saying though, that would be the overall question. Like, what would be the disagreement?
Yeah, what are we disagreeing on? Because we're not really disagreeing. And really, I'll be honest with you, I don't really care about any of this, me personally. It's people who tie a history back to this kind of you know, the Egyptians being us that care about this. Right about now in 2021, no one really argues this point of what color they are, because it's not a color thing. It's more about the culture and what they were doing, and you know how good their civilization was. It's us who are dead to this. It's this community. So I don't see what we're arguing about, really, unless you want to say you're Egyptian
or something, or take credit for you know, cultures and stuff in North Africa when, you know what I mean? It makes no sense, right? But like that's not my fight. Like, I'm not trying to convince y'all, you know, of anything. Like, if I'm wrong, then, you know, the only people that'll say I'm wrong is Afrocentrists. You know, as a group of Afrocentrists is the only ones that's disagreeing with the basic information. I'm only talking about shit that you could read on a basic level. I didn't even say nothing hard. I don't do what Smash and them do. I don't go down there and break down every language and all. I'm not doing none of that. I'm saying this is basic, what you call elementary education on geography and history. It's the basics. That's all. And y'all is in the chat disagreeing with basic geography and basic history. That's y'all goddamn problem. That's y'all problem. Y'all disagreeing with geography and elementary geography and elementary history. I didn't start talking about tectonic plates or anything fucking complicated. Nothing. And y'all still disagreeing, so it gotta be some type of religious disagreement at this point. I'm lost, but I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and you know, Smash, you can definitely come on and clear up anything that you feel like I'm wrong. And I'm open to it. Like, what the hell? I didn't write this stuff. It's not my shit. Like, you ain't gonna be beating me up.
Yeah, I love having this discussion. I mean, it's stimulating. We look in a bit of history, and I'm learning. So I throw these arguments out there because it's my position. But my position isn't fixed in stone, so it can move. For example, when you make the point, it ain't us, I gladly slow that down because I agree. But don't tell me they ain't African, and don't tell me that that we wouldn't identify one of them today. Again, when I look at when I look at the wall, yes, call it a locust ship. I look at the wall and I see, but they're Eritrean. They look a lot like some of the people I know from Somalia. They're not much different. And if I look at where Egypt is and where it is, to go from one to the next and then they phenotypically change 180 degrees, I don't buy that. That's like that, and then my mind goes to that equates us saying that when we look at America today, this is what America was always. There ain't been no movement. We talking about Egypt and knowing that it's a lot of people going in and out. We know this. We look at the Americas, we see people going in and out. We take a snapshot and say, this is what they were.
Said, we are not saying that. You know, we're not saying that, said. We just said we know that they are African. We are saying that culturally, we can go into it and say they are African. But we're saying geographically, they are that part of Africa is Mediterranean. That's how we label it.
Made it up.
Do you understand what we're saying?
Don't agree.
No, we don't. No,
don't agree.
Understand
I understand what you're saying, but I am not going to attribute African culture or
But then you're going into culture. We're not saying culture. When we're talking about a Mediterranean is a geographical. That means what makes it up? What makes something Mediterranean? It's not just one part of the world that is Mediterranean. You understand? When you go to Italy and that,
Mediterranean
it's because of the climate.
is a bridge of water between two continents.
No, it's the environment, said. That's why we call it a Mediterranean. It's the environment. And then when you go into, that's why I said the equator, when we go along there, when we say there's countries along the equator, which are not all in Africa. It's the climate, it's closer to the sun. So this is why we say they are that set.
Equatorial.
Yes, equatorial, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. So we're not trying to say that they are not African. We're just saying geographically, the way it's made up, the climate, the environment, that's why it's called Mediterranean. The culture, no, you could go into the culture and that's subjective. That's down to you. That's not an objective thing. The Mediterranean climate is an objective thing. That's something that's natural to nature.
Agreed.
I don't agree with that.
Bro, big brother Unc. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, because it's called the African Ocean. Now what? If we want to all play the game, that's how the game was played, right?
It never was called that.
And write it down. So why not?
Because it never was.
Was it called the Ethiopian Ocean?
Never.
Was the Atlantic Ocean ever called the Ethiopian Ocean?
I think so.
Okay. Why change?
I'm saying that it never would. I'm talking about the Mediterranean. You said, what was it called?
So you said it never was called that. So what did the people living there call it before they started doing that? Who named it that? What
does that matter?
Yeah, it matters. It does matter.
The Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean. So that means Eritrea is a Indian Ocean culture.
Y'all crazy as hell.
No, said, you know what? That's what you're being subjective again. I'm trying to say that's a subjective thing. We're saying about climate. Let's start there. Let's start with the environment. Yeah. All right. If it's not Mediterranean, what climate is that part of Africa? Because we know Africa it's not all the same.
The Mediterranean area there, that's all equator, just around the equator.
It's called Mediterranean.
Well, no, we're saying, all right, North Africa, what if it's not called Mediterranean, meaning geographically and its environment, what would we call it? Because we know Africa is not all Mediterranean, it's not all Equatorian, it's not all of that. So what would we call it if we don't want to call it Mediterranean?
Africa. Wait. You ever hear anybody say we're going down to Greece, the Mediterranean culture, or they're going to Greece? They go to Gibraltar, right? They don't go down to the Mediterranean.
They do call it the Mediterranean. They definitely, when you go to Greece, man, these people say, man, we about to go eat some Mediterranean food. You know what I mean?
You eat Mediterranean food in Egypt.
Well, yes, they are. Are you crazy? What are y'all? Oh my God!
I know y'all ain't. I ain't say that. I'm simply saying, yo, that through colonialism, yo, is where you get the term sub-Saharan Africa from, yo. It's a political term, yo, and I just don't agree to it, yo. And it's a racist term too.
Well, we was talking about Mediterranean, though.
Okay, well, the Mediterranean is still, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I said define it earlier.
We just did.
Right, so I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad.
North Africa, Southern Europe, and Western Asia.
Yeah,
that is Mediterranean.
Okay, well, listen what I'm saying. Y'all trying to make it seem as if North Africa, it's like, I don't know what the hell y'all making North Africa at this point. I'm confused. Fritz, what is North Africa, Fritz? What do you mean? What are you saying?
North Africa, culturally.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm saying culturally, North Africa has many cultures, big brother, it has many cultures. If we want to go back many, many years, we can say that it started off as an African culture. as it has evolved to where we are now, there's many cultures there. But as a geographical location within this map, what we're dealing with now, is called Mediterranean because of its environment. That's the reason why it's Mediterranean. I wouldn't say the whole of North Africa is Mediterranean culture. No, I would just say because of the environment, the way the environment is. That's why they call it Mediterranean. It's on the Mediterranean Sea or wherever it is. That's the only reason why. We have tropical countries. We have, what did you say, the Equatorian countries, Chef? You say it better than me. We have countries on the equatorial countries. This is just because of the environment. And this it doesn't mean that, sorry?
No, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's, I'm not classing the Egyptians that built the pyramids as Mediterraneans. No, I'm saying where the geographical location is Mediterranean as we classify it now.
Okay, so for clarification, since I love to study topography, I hate to tell you that the topography of North Africa is within equatorial Africa.
Huh?
Right? Because in those areas,
equatorial Africa?
Yeah, the equator. Right? There's a
I'm sure
there's
there
a
is
band.
parts. I'm sure there's parts of it.
Let me finish my point. I already beat Chef up on this. I pulled up what the actual diversity was. There's a band, right? In this area where the most diverse animals are, right? Based off the equator, the weather patterns. So a lot of North Africa is right within that band. I showed it up on the show, and Chef acting like I ain't do that. So if you
ain't
want to play
just do
the
what you
weather
just
game,
said you did though, but I ain't.
I did. I showed.
That's a whole nother argument.
No, you don't remember that?
But you can't equate that to this. No, what would you?
Hold on. No, listen.
Ahead.
Fritz said based off of weather. I say, well, if we're gonna use that, then a lot of North Africa is having the same weather as what you thinking the equator do. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, you're
none
right.
Y'all can't prove me wrong on that.
I wouldn't argue with you on that as well, Chef, brother. Yes, parts of North Africa. North Africa is a big place, and yes, some of it will fall into the equatorial parts. Yes, and different parts as well. But we're saying that part where we're saying that where the pyramids were built, they classify it now. We can classify it differently if we want to. It's up to us. But really, that's classified as a Mediterranean area.
So let me ask you, Fritz. Was Egypt forged? Is the origin of Egypt Mediterranean culture? I don't use the word origin.
No, I wouldn't say it's I wouldn't say the origins of it depends on what, as Steph would say to you, it gets sticky there because then you have to go into what time period and what when we say Egyptian culture, are we talking about the dynastic period? Which period are we talking about?
Any period, goddammit. Look, any period is the origin of Egypt.
I'll go with you on a higher level. If we step up a level and say a human level, everything comes out of Africa. So most of that culture would say we come out of Africa.
Nope, I don't want to play that game. I don't want to do it.
All right, so now Uncas want to talk. No, Uncas want to talk about the origin of Egypt. No, so now Unc, talk about your specifics. Do that.
Right, that's what I just said.
No, I'm saying you don't have to try to trip nobody up to make your point.
The question. No, I'm saying, so if the origin of Egypt, right, ain't the Mediterranean, why is we allowing that to fly? Just because you come up with a way of saying, okay, watch this. So did not Egypt trade just as much trade and commerce within Africa? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they did.
People from the Indian Ocean traded with Africa.
Mm-hmm.
We know this to be truth. So why not just call Egypt the motherfucking Sudan, whatever the hell, whatever you are? Because it's a locale, and they play you close to the vest with that. That's the whole mind game. And we got to go through an hour to let people know that when they say they don't really mean that. With most people walking on earth be thinking that though, Chef. Just like most people walk and think that a theory is a scientific theory. Most people think that. You can trick them every time with that. So I propose, just like we do with the theory, every time we say the word theory, we say we mean a scientific theory, we define it. So now going forward, every time we say it's a Mediterranean thing, we need to explain what we mean. That's my point. And I wanted to say it again because some more people join the show. That's my point. I don't like that game. It's a fake out game. Have your kids thinking something crazy. The kids like, oh yeah, that's the Mediterranean. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
It is.
It's It's nothing wrong with calling something. Y'all done made everything spooky. Like it's to the point now, right? It is to the point now where everything that is not in y'all particular nomenclature is spooky. Everything that don't lends 100% to what y'all trying to put forward, then y'all want to disagree with it and say it's something nefarious going on with that, or it's an agenda to it. I don't agree with that. See, that's why y'all pseudo. This is what's making y'all pseudo. Because y'all are taking Africa and putting it into some mystical place where only y'all agreed upon definitions can define it. I'm tripping off of it now. Hold on. If you're not, you call it Egypt, right?
I can help you.
Don't call it Egypt no more then.
I can help.
Because the white people gave it that name. Matter of fact, don't call it Africa no more because the white people named it Africa. So at this point, if y'all have a problem with y'all got a problem with climate, which human beings don't have no control over. Y'all have a problem with geography, which human beings have no control over. Y'all, like everything, y'all just making a problem with everything. What do y'all want? What is it that y'all want? Just say it.
I'm about to say it. I just can't yell it.
Please, just tell. What the fuck do y'all want out of Africa? What do y'all want?
Problem. I told you I can't yell. Look, here's the problem. Is that terms in the past were used to remove an African people and an African culture out of Africa. They did it maliciously. It was a malicious attempt, bro. You acting like that didn't happen. So now all of a sudden you want us to ignore how malicious they was. So I am telling you right now, I don't say anything because I'm not an anthropologist, right? I'm not none of that. So I will bring the experts moving forward that say what I'm saying, experts. So let's play the game. I'm officially done with that.
What?
Agreed.
I just said it. You act like
just
I'm making my own
me.
conclusion. I didn't lose you. I'm not
Say
making
that
my
last
own
part
conclusions.
again.
I said I'm not making my own conclusions.
And neither
Experts
am
say
I.
exactly what I'm saying.
Hold on. So neither am I.
Right. So don't bring me the 1942 bunch of dudes. I need the 2001s. I need the 2000 scholars. The anthropo. That's what I want right now. Don't give me nobody back in the 40s and the 1800s. Don't do it, bro. I want 2001 scholars.
All right. Well, if that's the case, don't mention Darwin no more. Like if you can throw away everybody because you don't like the time that they're living in, like you are nuts. You are nuts, and you're not going to be able to pigeonhole me like that.
We don't use that. We don't use that racist.
Hold on, Cedric, listen. Hold on, Cedric. You just made, what's the word? False equivalency or something like that?
I do it all the time.
Reason,
Show me where I was wrong. Because when you do it, you live in that area. Like
I do not, yo. Go ahead, man. I ain't messing with you, yo. Come on, yo. I'm simply saying that what Charles Darwin said back then, It's mostly true now, yo. What those Egyptians that said back then ain't mostly true now. That's the point I'm making, yo. You funny with that. But go ahead, yo. Further good conversation, though.
So did they? So all right, they were right about some things though. Also, wasn't they?
Hell no. When they start talking about the black, no. When they start talking about the black,
Hold on. So you saying Egyptologists in the early 1900s they got everything wrong?
no, everything they got the whole. They made them. They said they was the white boys, the white black people.
Yeah.
It was a crazy statement, yo. They said they was white black people, chef. They said they was the Mesopotamian, chef. They got all that wrong, dog. Yes, they did. All of it wrong. You trade with somebody now.
But they found that. But they found that knife though.
Yeah, I know the Iraq Jabal knife. Right, that's the point. You find one knife. Oh, one knife. We built that. So that's crazy, yo.
Where did the knife come from, though?
Yo, that's like a friend come over your house, yo, and leave they signed football in your house, and you say, "Oh, you told everybody how to play football because you left the football here. Get out of here with that, yo."
We can say that.
The Dogons were reported to have known the star Sirius and blah, 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 blah. Who wrote that information?
I can't go down there with you, boy.
The Europeans, right? And it's factually incorrect, right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
now
yeah.
we know that Dogon know nothing about Sirius Star and all that craziness, right?
Yeah.
That was factually incorrect information that the European put down. You still don't hold on to it today?
Cedric, in 2021, where we know the scientific method, yeah, and we know how things go within the human species, do we really understand?
Exactly.
Do you really have a problem with that subjective view when we know differently now?
Exactly. Keep making my point.
No, I'm asking you, do you have a problem with that subjective view?
I have a real problem with people talking about the Dogons and the Star Sirius and the Dolphins and when we look at the facts, the Dogons didn't say that.
If you're an evolutionist, Cedric, you can go into any culture. You could go into Chinese culture. You can go with any culture, and you'll get that same kind of argument. You'll hear some side of the culture saying that this is where they came from, and some saying they didn't. But the reason why is it
the Dogons didn't say that?
No, all right, but said, why is it we take offense to this more than anything else? Why do we put these cultures higher than any other human culture? We're studying evolution, which means the human evolution, not one culture, and we're not subjective to say that one is better than the other. But why do we do this with the Egyptians?
Why you say that though? Who's saying that? Where you get that from,
who's
Fritz?
saying that?
I ain't saying that, Fritz. I don't think I like West Africa better.
Can we agree that the information we have about the Dogons created and produced by Europeans were factually incorrect?
We can say that, yes. Okay. But that's what I'm saying is we know this now. We know this now. And we can correct it. There's many books written about it.
That's exactly what we're doing with this subject same way. How come this subject you're afraid to review it?
But the touchy feeling is when we know that color is not a thing. We know this. We know that it's a human race. So why are we so hung up about the color of the Egyptians? Even though we know that what they are saying is wrong. Why are we hung up about this? Because this is what I see.
Color?
Not you so much, brother Unc. I'm just saying in general, that's what I tend to get. I tend to get that from...
I get your point.
Do you get what I mean? That's what I tend to get.
It's confusing.
All right, hold on. All right, Smash, what's up? Smash in the building. And then you next,
Chef, what's
Peter.
up with Chef?
Chilling.
You've been antagonizing it all morning. I've been like, you wrong. You 100% wrong all morning.
Cool. All right, tell me where I'm wrong.
With your whole North Africa, with your whole no black Africans in North Africa theory.
I said there was no black Africans in North Africa.
Not verbatim, but you know, you feel me? That's what you that. I mean, come on now. I know we're not
right,
gonna
that the
play
zone,
semantics. That's what you're getting at, right?
right, that basically that North Africa have a different group of people than Sub-Saharan Africa. That's my point.
Yeah, but do they fall outside of the variety of the African? Is that what
No,
you're
they
saying?
no, they all African.
Okay, but they're not us. We keep saying
Yeah,
us.
yes,
When we
yes,
say
yes.
us.
That's what now that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so, you know, we Black Africans, and so that's wrong. That's incorrect. 100% incorrect. If we look at our sources, first we got to go to the people who actually seen them in the time period. Why we never do that?
Hold on, North Africans is there now.
Yeah, okay, but now we're talking about. See, this is cold because we're looking at the modern day people and we're talking about ancient history. So if we want to talk about modern day Americans, we in America now, but who was the modern, I mean, who was the native or the original Americans, and who, you just feel me, is the same.
I feel you.
Yeah, it's the same.
No, but it's not the same. That's not the same.
But
that's not the same.
Looking at the modern, I'm just saying, if we want to look at who's there now, is that what we're talking about?
No, yeah, because the modern North African, right, is a North African. Like he
not.
Huh?
They said they not. They said they not African.
No, come on now. Don't do that. Don't.
They don't say that.
Oh my God, we about to play this game.
But Smash, brother Owen, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think it's the color what we're looking at, because we just established it's not really the color. If the problem is Mediterranean, when we say that part of North Africa is Mediterranean, people think we automatically go to the culture, Mediterranean culture, and look at it as a European-based culture. We're not saying that. We're saying geographically, that's where it's located, along the Mediterranean. That's all we've got to say.
I appreciate that. And thanks for making those clarifications. What I want to, we have to address that geographically too, because if we really are talking about old times, when we talking about the prominent Egyptian cultures, when people start talking about building pyramids and stuff, we're not talking about modern day people. So that would mean we have to look at how the culture developed back in those times. And we find that Lower Egypt, the last nomes, meaning the last cities established in Lower Egypt, not Upper Egypt, the part that was first, which is closer to Nubia, but in Lower Egypt, the last nomes established were the ones on the Mediterranean culture, on the Mediterranean, the ones bordering the Mediterranean were the last cities established in the whole 3,000-year time period.
So hold on. That's a good point, but let's wheel it back a little bit. All right. No. I mean, because I can deal with that.
Point.
No, I can deal with that, but I don't want to. We just jumped right now. Let's get back to. He said that the ancient North African. He's talking about the ancient North Africans, and so the North Africans that are there now are not akin to the ancient North Africans.
Yeah, they definitely would be, but we know after Islam invaded and took over, there was a mixture between the indigenous Berbers and Arab people, which brings us kind of like the people who are there now. And that's not just me saying that. There's plenty of sources that said that after Islam took over, a lightening of the, as well as, about previous wars with Romans and Vandals too. And so, yeah, it did lighten up the people of North Africa to what we got today. But they had to be lightening from something, meaning the original people were darker.
I think he's going back further than that, brother Owen. Because when you say that, that's way after. When we say the color, all right, let's go into the color sense. When we say the color, we mean indigenous to that area where they had to have actually changed
when he coming back
to suit the environment. Sorry?
Don't tripping. Go ahead.
I'm listening.
No, I was saying basically when if we go further back from when humans first migrated out of past the equator, because they didn't come from the equator. They came from below the equator and came through there and came out. And through all of that, humans have changed their melanin count to suit their environment. And that's when we really can class them as indigenous, because you can see what their melanin production was. So then when we go to Egypt in the first migration out, we'll say that there's a certain color what they are. And they get to that color by being indigenous, living there over a certain amount of time and changing to suit their environment. So that's when then it gets all kind of very, very subjective, because you're going to say what is black and what is not black. Then to me, they're all black. It's the human race changing to suit their environment. You can't really, then you got to put down to a human perspective of what you think is black. Then you can only really go for culture.
I don't know where we disagree.
This is it. So we can only really go off of culture, off of this, really. You can say ethnicity, but you can really only go for culture when you say who built the pyramids. You can't just say that it's a color.
Right. And I want to speak to the whole culture thing. This Haskell, by the way. How y'all doing? And nothing much, bro. Speaking to culture, right? Culture is literally defined as what a group of people do, right? And I saw you made the point, Chef, that your basis for saying that Egypt and the Mediterranean has a cultural affinity is basically geography. Now, Haiti and Dominican Republic literally share an island, literally, right?
Right.
And you'd be hard pressed to find two cultures that are any more disparate. So where you're located, that does not a culture make. Culture is literally what you do. Now, the brothers who are more edified in the Egypt stuff than I am, like Smash, I'm sure he could build more on the actual culture, what made the culture. For example, the most prominent thing that most people know would be the pyramid builder, right? And we know, from what I know, that was coming from Nubia, right? The first pyramids was coming from Nubia, and it got more and more refined. That wasn't coming from no Mediterranean. That's a cultural defining thing. Not having the same flowers and plants, and that ain't got nothing to do with culture. Second thing I wanted to address was the Mediterranean thing, right? I know you're not being disingenuous, Chef, when you class Egypt as being Mediterranean, but the people who use that talking point and who came up with it, it's a slick way of trying to extract Egypt out of Africa. Nobody don't never say Ethiopia is a Red Sea culture or a Middle East culture.
Indian Ocean culture.
Right, because of its proximity to Saudi Arabia and all that shit.
Yeah, come on.
No, they playing, bro. And just from a regular layman perspective, just from, being in the street or just knowing people, knowing somebody's playing, bro. They playing. That Mediterranean shit is bitches being slick, bro.
Haskell, is that you saying that, Haskell?
But he's making a good point.
Well, you're making a good point.
Great point. Thank you.
Yeah, you made some great points. I want to respond to the brother. I didn't know where we mostly disagreed. I understand the difference in defining these people through whether skin color or culture, but I actually was responding to other people saying it wasn't no Black Africans in North Africa, or us, so to speak, in North Africa. Primarily, that's what I was building a response to. I just wanted to say that.
Go ahead, make your point. I want to hear it.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you can still make your point. What I was
saying about that was, it's not really, it's kind of like we think we on the scholastic higher ground when we say we need to define these people by culture and not skin color. But when we look into the data of the actual historians, the first thing they mention is skin color. Real historians. People who've seen these people, They start talking about other cultural anomalies and cultural items and the things that people do, but the first sentences in almost all of their books, you could go to Pilney, who got a very good history of North Africa. The first thing he start talking about is how Black people live. And then he gets to telling you other stuff, what they wore and what. So us trying to have that scholastic moral high ground, like, well, we don't need to do it by the color, we need to go by the culture. We Amara Squad, we know that. We put that out. Let's be clear. We was the first to start saying that. And it started with Ujahu, primarily. Like, let's stop looking at the color, let's look at the culture. And when we define cultural items, like my brother just said, who spoke before me, we start looking at, you ain't finding no pyramids and no other quote unquote Mediterranean cultures. You feel me? You're not finding these type of burials, traditional ritualistic burials. I'm talking about cultural burials to where you can know these people was one type of people. You talking about people letting the vultures eat their people. And so, and that's not an attack, that's really history. And so when
Can I ask you a question, Smash?
Sure.
The question is, okay, we know that's true. I'm never arguing against that. Yes, there was racism within that sense. But I'm saying to you, what does that matter to us? Being us being scientists, yeah, and studying everything. What does that matter to us?
It matters a lot,
yeah, especially if we know it's not true. Is it because of the color type? That's all I want to know. Is it because of the color type?
I hear what you're saying. It would matter a lot, because if we're sourcing material that was racist to come to our conclusions, then we're gonna be pseudo. We're gonna be using bad material to come to our conclusions that we arguing on YouTube. Saying stuff like, wasn't no Black people in North Africa, is you arrive at that conclusion if it's by looking at any sources that was racist, then it matters. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
okay, what was the term that Planey and them used to denote how the people looked in North Africa?
Dark skin, woolly hair.
All right, now
those were the terms, but we can look it up. He was talking about the Moors, and then you can look at more than just Pilney. It's Strabo, Pilney, Strabo, and Herodotus. Strabo's geographies, Herodotus histories, and I think Pilney might be actually going. I don't know the name of his works. But
now, did they give geographical? Now these are. I'm gonna just ask you: did they give geographical locations when they talked about the Moors, explaining that south of the Atlas Mountains you have this type of Moor, and like what did they give kind of specifics to these regions?
Some did and some generalized, but the coldest part about that is the generalizations given was by skin color again.
Right. Now, another question. Is it true that that Europeans classified how did they say it? Melanosis.
Melanosis.
However they say it, I can't. Melanosis as being just darker than them.
It's some attributes, but we have to just to add to that. That wasn't the term used for these. They used Ethiopian for at least Herodotus used Ethiopian. He didn't use the
that's a good point. Now I'm gonna ask you another question. Did Herodotus say that the land of the Ethiopians was below Egypt, was south of Egypt? Did he ever say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Okay.
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, you can go ahead and build on your point.
I recall him having a map of Ethiopia that had all of North Africa included. And then he started talking about why the Egyptians basically he was like the Egyptians, like the Ethiopians. No, he said the Colchians, like the Ethiopians and Egyptians, have dark faces and woolly hair. And when he was referencing the Egyptians, he was just talking about people in Egypt. When he was talking about Colchians, he was talking about people in the areas of Georgia. And when he was talking about Ethiopia, if we refer to his map, it would spread to even some of the Libya areas. But again, I don't be trying to be all knowing or all correct. I could mess something up. Somebody just got to show me where. I'm coming up out my memory with this. You feel me?
All right, so no, you doing good. I don't have no problem. It's a conversation. But anytime you anybody wanna show a source, the screen is open.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get on my computer in a minute. I was in my garage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the screen is open. Like, it's definitely a healthy conversation now. Oh, you want to add something real quick?
No, I'm waiting for this book to come and to tell you what the ancient source is called, the Egyptians. And I just like to say that based off of just doing an eyeball test, which is the worst shit to do. They show you the table of nations. They never show you. They show you like outsiders looking at color, the people that's in there today. I find it to be very, very interesting and problematic. It's crazy. So maybe somebody need to pull it up too. They show everybody that the people that's in there today, right? I'm talking about the ones that they show, because the truth is when you go there, you'll see the Egyptians get darker as they, go down the river, right? But the basic concept, these people we talking about, the markers that match up with the mummies, right? Those 90 mummies. These people don't look nothing like the people that's on the walls. It's just interesting to me. And the lookership is the crazy shit. I get it. But why they should at least look like, why do the people further south look more like the Egyptians do of ancient times than the ones today? Maybe they're using bleaching cream or something up there in the north. I don't know.
Christopher Ehret spoke exactly on what you said, and that's the white scholar that people get to watch a video called The Africanity of Egypt. It's a scholarly presentation by Christopher Ehret, and he just beat
PhD lady, chef decides she is pseudo. The PhD lady that don't agree with nothing that they're saying, chef decides she's pseudo.
No, he talking about Christopher Ehret right now. Calm down, you just jumped.
I didn't jump, but you said the lady Kimberly, the PhD lady Kimberly that I brought up, you decided she was pseudo and she's making the argument we are making. So no PhD gonna convince you because they're all pseudo, now, right, Chef?
Can you please tell Cedric that I was the one that introduced her to the conversation?
And then call her pseudo.
It was a joke.
Pseudo.
He was joking. He was joking. That's how Chef do. He stimulated the con.
Gotcha.
Y'all crazy, but no. All right, so he said that Christopher Ehret talked about the Africanity of the Egyptians. Again, how could he kill us when nobody said that the Egyptians was not African?
He was saying they was black Africans. He went a step forward.
Now you don't even agree with that, though,
No, I don't agree with that.
No, I don't know the way, dude. I don't get boxed into that. Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I don't agree with that all the way. I was just saying either. How it's just gonna be one thing, man. Anything that's just saying it was one thing is fake.
I never said that it was one thing.
So then it could have been.
I
some
never
black
said that,
there, right?
Huh? Well,
so then it was some black people there, right?
Listen, it would have to be if the Nubian type existed in Egypt, right? Then there would have to be black people in Egypt if we still consider that Nubian type as black. I totally agree.
Yeah, I agree with y'all that it was other people there. Like, I don't get what's the big fuss. How about this? It was a Mediterranean culture. I'm just saying that for y'all to say that it was the way to get out of Africa and into Africa. only on that extent, it was multiple people there. So what is the argument?
No. So you look, I'm totally in agreement with what you are saying right now. But that is not the whole, that is, but we don't.
But see, this is where we didn't.
See, that's the problem. All right, if I say that Egypt is a part of the Mediterranean world, right? Then somebody is going to disagree to try to clarify something, assuming that somebody is saying something that they're not saying. That's where the argument is going to come from.
No, you got to every time you say, you got to define it. Yeah, you got to.
It's specifications, and that's what I was just trying to point out, and that's why I used it. Like, if we are under the understanding, you feel me, of how this culture started coming down the Nile River, it was a point when they put it this way. It was a point when it didn't have nothing to do with the Mediterranean at all. Still primary to all the key elements of Egyptian culture in place, and they had not even established those towns along the Mediterranean. So, but I was saying, if we came to a point of understanding about what we just had, I thought we came to a certain point to where I could be like, yeah, well, we do understand why some would say that, because they're not speaking the argument we're speaking. They're talking about trade and other things. They're not necessarily find a scholar who's calling Egypt a Mediterranean culture when speaking about the development of the culture. That's what I'm saying. So that's
okay. Now, all right. So let me ask y'all this: is Egypt?
They don't do it now, though, Chef.
Oh, no, hold on.
I want you to know.
Hold on.
Experts don't say that now, but go ahead.
They don't say what, huh?
The modern experts don't say that. They don't call it Mediterranean culture because they know it's a Freudian slip. Am I saying it right? What's his name? What's his name? Freudian slip.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't say it.
All right.
That's what it really is when you keep saying that shit, because it's really racist.
You got it right. You got it right. Sigmund Freud.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They don't say that no more. They knocked it off, but y'all won't knock it off. Y'all carrying the legacy, which gets me.
If you define it, right, it's all about the definitional parameters that you put against it. Like, so if you're saying that they're saying it started across the Mediterranean or in the Mediterranean, if you want to say that, then no, that's not what the modern day people are saying. But when they are saying that it is Mediterranean, they do have a definition to even still say that. You saying they don't?
You're right.
You're
100% right. Oh, go ahead, huh?
I don't agree with that. They just simply said they traded.
See, is the problem.
No. Hold on. This is what they say. They say they controlled and maintained the Mediterranean. I got a whole book when Egypt ruled the East, bro.
So what
nobody
part
do
you disagree with? So no, if I just said the exact same thing,
I can't.
But if I just said the exact same thing, you said, I don't agree with that.
I'm saying that they don't even call the Mediterranean culture no more because they understand the racist connotation to it, bro. It's really a racist connotation. Even if you try to define it,
you just won't let it go, yo.
I'm not gonna let it go.
You can't let the racist connotation go.
No, the experts have let it go, but y'all keep carrying the torch. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Go find me a modern scholar that says that. You go ahead, mute yourself out and go find it. You got time on your hands.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, yo. You're not gonna bog the How can you bog the conversation down because you disagree? If you saying it ain't no modern scholars, if you saying is no modern scholars that call it Mediterranean and can classify it in the Mediterranean, inside of the Mediterranean, what they call Mediterranean, then you go show that. I'm not in disagreement over that. You are.
That's called flim flam bam. Just flim flam.
Hey, Chef. Mm-hmm. Somebody in the chat brought up, I think it was National Geographic that wrote that goofy article about the 25th dynasty being Black pharaohs, right? For you personally, considering how you your worldview as far as this Egypt thing goes, how do you reconcile them calling the 25th dynasty Black, right? They were pointed about calling it Black, as to say it's specifically distinguishable from the Egyptians? Do you look at it as an outside force that conquered Egypt, or these were similar cultures? How do you look at that?
Similar cultures, but it was an outside force. Yes,
But you
it
consider
was the kings from the Kerma culture. They actually pushed their borders up to the Mediterranean by the 25th dynasty. Yes, and once Pa took over, he actually went back to his capital in Kerma. So
when you say Pa, you talking about is that Pianki?
Yeah.
All right, but the base of the empire was in Upper Kemet, wasn't it? It wasn't on the coast. It wasn't by the Mediterranean.
No. It depends. There were kings in the north and in the delta who claimed to be pharaohs, well in the same, and the culture was thriving. You know what I mean, like in both regions. But go ahead, finish your question. I didn't mean to cut you off.
But I just don't see how these people like they could have this kind of double mind where, in a lot of ways, the Nubian culture and Egyptian culture is virtually indistinguishable, right? Even to the point where a lot of the monarchy, for example, I know Queen Tai, she was reputed to be of Nubian heritage from what I can remember, right? So these weren't just the commoners, these were people in the actual monarchy.
The leadership.
Right. So how they make that, to me, it's almost, they're so intertwined, they're inextricably intertwined. For somebody to say that this is a distinguished, completely separate culture, I just don't get how they, you get what I'm saying? It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but so was the Libyans. The Libyans intertwined, though. You had Libyan
not
kings.
Like that, though, Chef. Not like that.
Yes. Oh, what?
Nah, not like
that.
Yo,
the Libyans shared the same writing system, right? The Libyans shared the same type of what you call it, cultural monarchy system, right? So when they came in,
mummification,
like what? How would you distinguish the Libyans, right, from the Egyptians? They were intertwined too. What we saying, right. it was multicultural. You know what I mean? At some aspect, yeah, it was an overlapping between the places that we were, the kingdom that we would call Kush, right? It was an overlap, right? They live right next door to each other. Definitely. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Chef, all right, take Tai for example, right? I think she was married to if I'm not mistaken, it was Amenhotep the third. I don't know if I got that right, man, but
no, I think you fucked that up.
Yeah, I think I did, but but what I'm saying is I don't think the Libyans, I know that they did have a I forgot what dynasty they had supposedly took over or something. But in the case of the Nubians, right?
The 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
Right. But they were almost looked at literally as a outside invading force, whereas with the Nubians, from the very beginning, from antiquity, right? I even want to say probably even from pre-dynastic periods, they were always intertwined, intermarrying, and you know what I'm saying? My seed grow with his seeds and all of that.
So was the Libyans.
Is that factual, Ankh or Smash?
What? That the Libyans were intertwined since, if that's the last question, since they put up what they call the Book of the Gates, which is one of the first things that described different people. They had people who represented Libyans in there. But those are different time periods. And you were correct about what you said about the way that Libyans came in and ruled harshly and were seen as invaders. This is what caused Pianki and them to come up and take it from them. But I'll let y'all keep building.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter. Haskell, my bad.
Yeah, I ain't got too much more, man. I do want to say one thing though, for the people saying like the blackologists won't let go, and I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think the anti-blackologists are more invested in Egypt not being black than the other way around. I mean, outside of the people who really go crazy and grow side locks and put the skirts on, like, to me, they in a whole nother category. But
Haskell, this is the problem. It's not that there ain't no one who's and what we want to know what you mean by black. What do you mean by black?
Well, for me, how I define how the term was defined by people like Blumenthal and what's the other cracker name? Linnaeus, right? You know, those are Europeans who they're the ones who created it as a taxonomic category, right? And it's predicated on certain physical characteristics, right? So how I look at it is like it's a spectrum. And within that spectrum, you have things like coarseness of hair, having a broad nose or broad bridge of nose, larger lips, dark skin. Now, within that spectrum, you could have somebody who's lighter, but they got, who's lighter, but they got a broad nose. You could have somebody who's black, but got thin lip. You know what I'm saying? But it's based on. Hold on.
Knowing us now, yeah.
It's based on physical. It's based on a certain a set of physical characteristics.
When you call that pseudo, because them characteristics can be found around the world. It's down to environment. It's not just down to being in one environment.
Nah, but hear what I'm saying though, Fitz. It can't be pseudo. If I create a social construct, I literally can create the construct and give it whatever parameters I want, because I created it.
Exactly. So that's
you get what I'm saying. So it can't. Hold on.
That's subjective.
So it can't be,
that's not objective to nature. That's subjective to your cultural view.
All right.
That's subjective to a human's view. That's not how human. That's not how nature sees it. In nature, them characteristics, them phenotypes can be found all over the world.
Fitz.
Yes.
Fitz, objectively, right? Is Shaq distinguishable from Muggsy Bogues based on height? Right? I'm asking you that question. Are they objectively distinguishable just by looking at them?
Yeah, you can see that.
Right. So when I look at Don Cheadle and I look at Tom Cruise, right? From a physical standpoint, those people are distinguishable, right? So no matter what system I create, no matter what nomenclature I create to describe or to encapsulate what my eyes are seeing, that objective difference between the two, it doesn't matter. The term is just something created to describe what my eyes are seeing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's subjective to your point of view and how you see it and how a culture sees it. You can't define black. Black is not a definition, really. You can define a culture and attach it to a color, but you cannot define black. I've asked you to define me black, and all you've done is show me phenotypes that I can find throughout the world.
Yeah, but that's what it is. No, not in that combination. You could go to Mexico and find you a little Chico with a broad nose or something, but he ain't gonna have that hair. He ain't gonna have that hair. I'm talking about
down to his environment. It's down to his environment, as I keep saying.
But Fitz, you talking about the why?
There's nothing really. There's nothing really what distinguishes them other than their culture.
But that's fine. That's fine,
their culture.
But Fitz, that's fine. Just like Shaq is taller than Muggsy Bogues, right? Now, that ain't what. If I was to describe the two men and what makes them men, I'd probably talk about their family, what they believe, how they eat.
What happened? Oh, he muted out. He must be at work. Go ahead, Fitz.
Than the physical characteristics, but it doesn't negate the physical characteristics. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can look at Don Cheadle and make a clear distinction between Don Cheadle and Tom Cruise. That is objective. They are objectively different looking human beings.
Yeah, and what's the point in that? What point are you making in that?
I ain't making no other point but to answer your question. You asked me how I define black, and that's how I define it. A set of physical characteristics that are, that define a group. Ain't nothing more to it than that, bro.
Yeah, but then it's, as I said, that's a subjective view from you. We're humans, and we can tell, all right, you just said there's a difference between Tom Cruise and somebody else. The reason being, we can go back and see their ancestry and where they came from, and why is there,
I ain't gotta go back and look at their ancestry. I can look at them right now.
Why? No, if we're being, if we want to be objective, I'm trying to. All right, but what makes them different other than that? Other than them having different ancestry background, what makes them different? Tell me.
You mean in the context of what makes one black and what makes the other white? That's what you mean?
Yes, exactly. Other than
there isn't anything else besides. Let me answer your question, Fitz. There is literally nothing beyond that, because the very definition of those terms is specifically to describe physical characteristics. There's nothing beyond that, bro. We're not talking science. These are not scientific designations, black and white. They're social constructs. And the people who created them to
exactly.
Right. So, okay, what are we talking about?
So that's what I'm saying. You can't really define black then, because it's subjective to that construct. It's not actually something that is objective to nature. The only reason why we see them, the only reason why they're dark.
You could say the same thing. You could say the same thing about time. Time only means something within our context, right? There is, in reality,
time is relative to something.
But in objectively,
so we time from something else.
No, but objectively, there is no time. From the passing
of the sun or the moon. Yeah, but if outside of the earth, yeah, it depends on what your time is. Time too. It could be relative to Jupiter. It depends on what it's relative. There is time,
but it's
relative
not
to the person or whatever it is.
Right. I agree, but it's not objective. It's a social construct, just like race, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, it's different, Oscar, because a social construct is only subjective to humans and how we see things.
And that's time. That's literally time, bro.
No, time is gonna go on without us. The sun's still gonna go around the earth, and that's how we've just clocked into a time period, something that has been there before us. That's it. And we base our construct off of that.
Nah, but time doesn't exist without human beings.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Egyptians kept a different time. The Hebrews had a different time. And time is only subjected to the sun. Once you get out of the over to the sun, then what's the time?
Then you can do it to Jupiter or to Saturn or to whichever. Which it depends. Relative means relative to another object. We only see it as light. The reason why we revere the sun so much, because it brings light to us, and that's why we have it's more relative to us. But we could time our Earth times off of anything we want to. Jupiter, because we see it passing by us. The moon, whichever way. So it's relative. Now, if you're in a vacuum where there's just darkness, then you could say there is no time, because you have nothing to gauge time to.
Yeah, but so Haskell,
y'all saying the same shit, ain't y'all?
Yeah, they gonna keep
like y'all saying the same shit.
That's how when you get down into argument, they see the difference in what they saying, but we can't at this point. But
I don't see the difference either, Chef. I don't.
You don't know more? Okay. So check it out, Haskell.
We saying the same thing.
All right, so cool. So Haskell, you were saying that that from what you can see, that there was not pretty much no difference between the rulership of the 25th dynasty with any regular Egyptian dynasty. And you was wondering why National Geographic stated that they were the black pharaohs and separated them from Egypt?
Oh, I know why.
Okay, why did they do that?
It's just racism.
That's racism.
That's all it is.
So did you say it's racist because they said that the the Nubian or the 25th dynasty was the dynasty of black pharaohs? That made it racist, or was there other things that? Go ahead.
Yeah, because there's, it's loaded. Saying that the 25th dynasty is black, the obvious intimation there is that the previous dynasties and the subsequent dynasties were decidedly not black.
Yeah, that's what they meant.
That's the implication.
That's what they meant.
So that's racist, bro.
And you know what's crazy? They don't understand that the point that they didn't understand was how was they able to come in and run this shit better than the Egyptians did. That's the part that they never really want to explain.
No, that can be explained. That because the Egyptians was in a what you call an intermediate period, right? Okay. And that intermediate period was a downfall for them. They had what you call it? Their leadership was all over the place, right? So
it wasn't consolidated.
It wasn't consolidated. So the upkeep of shit was in decline, right? The bureaucracy of running a nation was basically it was splintered, right? So any group, the Libyan kings and them couldn't my man. Let me get my man Ngozi in here. All right, we got a nice panel.
Yes, sir.
Now. Yeah, we got a nice panel right now. This panel looking good.
Yes, sir. Smash and Ngozi. I like it.
This panel jumping. But so that intermediate period is how they was able to run it better. You know what I mean? It's coming from how messed up it was previously. You feel me? Like any group of people that's suffering under those conditions, they would take a better ruler or a more stable ruler. You know what I mean? You talking about people's lives at the end of the day. You agree with that?
Yeah. My point is that the Libyans, they couldn't administrate, and the other people couldn't administrate like the Nubians could, because the Nubians, because the leadership itself comes from that particular region. So it's old news to them to run it that way. They don't got to revamp nothing. They just keep living the way they've been living and run it the way they run it. As a matter of fact, you make a great point. You need to talk about the dynasties prior to that. That'd be a good portion for the conversation right now. Yeah. What about the 24th dynasty? What about the 23rd dynasty? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, but see, that would be a whole nother that would be a whole nother issue, right? Because like I said, that was, those dynasties wasn't at different time periods. See, that's the issue.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
So usually when you're talking about a dynasty, you would think you're talking about different time periods. So when they talk about those dynasties, it's kind of crazy when somebody explain it that all of those dynasties existed at the same time, because a dynasty is just a ruling family or one bloodline that's in power, right? Over a period of time.
Invention. Yeah, but it's really a made-up invention because it wasn't called dynasties until they said it. That's another point that need to be made.
Yeah, but that's how that's what we call it, right? So, but anyway, those four dynasties all existed at the same time. The Nubians came in and ousted all of those other dynasties, right? Got them out of there. But then they reinstalled those kings as viceroys and princes to govern those areas, right? They, y'all can have y'all power back, but we the dominant power in the region, right? That's what they did.
So they did it the right way.
Yeah, but it was all political. Like not saying it was
the right way.
Yeah, but not because they were Egyptian, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay.
They did it the right way because they understood the way it's supposed to have been done.
No,
there's a certain way.
Yeah,
great
definitely.
president.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. They understood administering a nation better than the Libyans that was trying to do that shit. They basically knew how to run a damn nation better than the Libyans at that point.
They
They
knew how to
definitely
run
did.
they knew how to run an Egyptian empire the way the Egyptians ran it.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's
Go
my
ahead.
point I'm making. I'm just
Because of
saying because
what
they
though?
went to
No, what is the
because a
reason
lot
why?
of because a lot of times they went to Egyptian schools.
Okay.
You can read
Good
that in
point.
Destruction of
Yeah,
Black
good point.
Civilization. Like they was living as Egyptians a lot of times. Like it's not a big deal. We making it big of a deal. That's my point. The early scholars made that shit something different like that. It was different aspect to it, but it wasn't the way they made it. They drew a racial line. Like these dudes down here, if they the slaves, they the Nubians. They wasn't even called Nubians. They was just different tribes in that area. No more different than upper Egypt and Lower Egypt was different tribes until they unified. So I'm just saying, yo, like the serious study, yo, you really get the picture, but it's a serious study. You ain't just gonna dive on YouTube and grab Wikipedia and tell me ain't no black people. Now you're an idiot when you do that. Pure idiot. Because it's complexities.
Yeah,
right?
it's definitely the complexity, but I think we blanket it because the damn Cushites, they knew that they were Cushites, right? Right. They basically they prepared themselves. They knew they was going to take over Egypt for a minute. So they put everything in place for them to, do it correctly. I think Pa, he did something which showed that he wanted real leadership in Egypt or to be accepted as a legitimate ruler in Egypt, right? But not saying that he wasn't a foreigner, right? But it's like if you come to the United States, right, and you want to be a president, you need all three bodies of the government to recognize you, right? You got to go through that process, right? So what he did was he put his daughter, right, in Thebes as the high priest of the temple of Amun, right? He made her the high priestess. I think her name is what the hell is her name? Aminirdis, right? That was one of his daughters. He put her as the high priest. And in Egypt, the royal, the kingship comes through the female, right? So he put his daughter as the high priestess, and you get coronated by that temple, right? So it's basically he wanted it, and then when his soldiers came into Thebes, he made them all take off their war, they put down their weapons, and he made them go to the temple and bathe in like basically baptize themselves, right? So it's like it was ceremonial. Everything they did, all of the ceremonial things to be recognized as divine rulership, to get their divine rulership in Egypt. So it was a political thing for the most part. But I know Smash can build on it. And what's up, Ngozi?
Peace. I'm just listening in. Peace and love.
Hell yeah. But anybody can add back to the conversation. I know Smash went and got on his computer, so I know he ready to put in some work.
I'm putting together a little presentation for y'all. Hold on 1 second. Give me a minute though. Somebody else do it. What's up though, y'all?
Yeah, go ahead and go. You can add on to the conversation if you ain't at work.
Yeah, I think that when Bianchi came in, just to use a good example, it's like Obama becoming the president of the United States. Obama was, genetically distinct from the rest of the presidents prior before him. Yet and still, he was raised in Hawaii. He was raised by, raised in the American way. His father was Kenyan. His mother was a European or whatever, or so-called white lady. But yet still, he was genetically distinct from most of the presidents prior before him, and some layers of his genetics. And Bianchi, he was, and I'm glad you brought that up. He was a Cushite. A lot of the Cushites were educated in Egypt. The Egyptians, they came in a few times and educated Nubians and raided them and institutionalized them the way they wanted them to be in some layers of Sudan. And in some layers of Sudan, the Sudanese people were soldiers for Egyptians, and they were Egyptian citizens. These group of people were another speaking people. They had their own language. They spoke a Meroitic language. They didn't speak the language that the Egyptians had before them. Yet and still, they were Egyptianized. They understood how to be Egyptians and how to run a system better than the Libyans that was there that they were going against at that time period. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, there was differences. I mean, the differences is we speak in the truth. We speak about diversity. We see what's going on. Brother talked about, they knew how to run the system better. That's true. But yet still, we also have to talk about the differences as well. As Africans, this is just what it is.
Yeah, because they didn't
I keep bringing
change.
up that point that African.
Hold on, Cedric. They didn't change. In Egypt, they did things the way you do it in Egypt, right? To be accepted. But in Kush, they still remained and did their cultural things in Kush, right? But Bianchi went back to his capital in Kush. Now, the way you become pharaoh in Egypt, he did it that way. But he didn't throw off the way you become a goddamn Kushite king, right? They still, I think, is the rulership passed not from father to son, like that in Kush. It went to the brother. So if you had I think he had a brother that it goes to, right? And then your son. It's some weird way, right? And then their priests could actually dethrone the Kushite king and tell them to come kill themselves at the temple. Like so in Kush, they still was doing things the Kushite way, but in Egypt, they knew how to run Egypt too. They knew that shit wasn't gonna fly up in Egypt. You dig what I'm saying? And they probably would have ruled even longer if it wasn't for I think the Assyrians.
Yeah.
I mean,
when you study the Nubians, they was always on a run. Like they never really stayed there. They went up there, they controlled it, they fought, but they kept moving. Even when the environmental factors started kicking in, they kept moving. They moved Monroe a few times. They kept moving. So it's like, they knew they were Kushites, but they didn't really want to leave their territory from where they came from anyway. They controlled Egypt, but did they stay there? And when they did stay, they kept moving.
Yeah, when they controlled it, they actually retreated back. They, like I said, they reinstalled the previous people that they ousted, right? They reinstalled them and said, we're going back home, but they just flexed their military power, right? And pushed the border all the way up. So, I mean, that's what empires do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like no different from, you know what I mean, anybody else that came in Egypt and settled, and Unc always make that point. Like people coming into Egypt always try to live as Egyptians. You know what I mean? Maybe that was the only way you could be a legitimate ruler to the Egyptian people. Like the same way, the only way you considered a president in America, like you gotta go through the goddamn election process.
But Chef, assimilation is also a part of human behavior, right? So like I migrate to the US right now, there's some assimilation that's gonna take place. You migrate to Europe, there's some assimilation that's gonna take place. The way they dress in the United States, for example, the clothes I wear down here, this looks like a sweater, but it's thin. So it's warm down here, but in the US, especially East Coast, this is something you wear in the summer. So my dress would automatically change. the way I greet people will change. Your accent will adapt. So to integrate, assimilation is natural. And when you're dealing with a metropolis like Egypt, that's the expectation. And to become rulers, of course, you got to convince the people that you have their best interests at heart. They have all these rituals. That's why you got Europeans who sitting on the Egyptian throne with their eyes painted. Like the population sees this person and realize he's not one of us. But what they do is they assimilate culturally. Bringing back the conversation to culture is the main thing that distinguishes people. So you come into my environment and you adopt my culture, I could see that there's an ethnic difference, but culturally we identify. Remember we had this discussion? The Chinese guy that grew up with me here is far closer to me than a relationship with a brother that is from the continent or from the US. This guy grew up with me. We went to the same school. We eat the same food. We listen to the same music. And that's just how that evolves, right? So again, we come back now to how do you identify somebody? It's culture. Why? We even see it on the pyramids, on the paintings, right? We were going through that the last time. The Egyptians were different color people, but we identify them all based on their dress.
Right.
Remember that?
Right.
It's the way that they dressed. We knew that those 5 individuals were all Egyptians, although they looked different. None of them looked European or Palestinian, by the way, just throwing that in there. But, but we could definitely see that culture bind a group of people that were physically different.
That's a fact.
So, yeah, that's a point I'm trying to make. So you're absolutely right when you illustrate that point, Chef. But
those physical differences was gradual in certain areas, and not so it's because there's a blending. Like we acting like it was, hard. Well, they actually did build borders and forts to distinguish themselves, from Nubian raids. So we could say it was hard borders, but before those hard borders was put up, people didn't know, what I mean? If I live right here, I live right here, and I mess with people right here, I can mate with people right here. But from what we know, they definitely built forts and hard borders at certain times, but that don't stop people from having sex with each other.
Correct.
And living on both sides of what we would call, you know what I mean? And the crazy thing about what Egypt, to me, which Wujawu, showed a while ago, was that what we call Nubia existed within the borders of Egypt. So that was a telltale spot right there. So it definitely meant that if you calling the Nubians black, well then in southern Egypt, they was there and always been there. So, but the Kushite kingdom is something different. Right, that's a whole nother nation.
Because in Sudan, they wasn't the same group of people. It was different tribes there. So some people in Sudan was Egyptian as citizens and as workers, and some people in Sudan, like near the Nuba Mountains, wasn't. They were their own.
Great
they were
point.
Cushitic. So it's like
Great point.
This is what's going on. Sudan is a country. That was one of the largest countries in Africa at one time before they split. So, I mean, these people were not, the same. Some were Egyptians in Sudan. The people in Aswan always look like that. That's Upper Egypt. The people in Thebes, which is modern day Luxor, they still have a distinct look. So all those people would be considered Egyptian compared to other groups of people. So you had Egyptians who looked like the Sudanese or the Nubians next to them. And then when you go into Lower Egypt, they had a distinct look. But my question is, what do everybody on the panel feel Because Egypt starts the way from Egyptology perspective. Egypt starts when Narmer unifies Upper and Lower Egypt. This is when Egyptian starts compared to the dynasties that Egyptologists tell us, first dynasty or whatever. So my question is, what is the morphology of Egypt at that time when Egypt starts, when Egypt is unified in Upper and Lower Egypt through Narmer? What do the people look like from you guys' perspective?
From my perspective, I say if I look at Eastern Africa, Somalia, Eritrea, those areas, I'm saying a lot of the Egyptians that I see, again, this is lookaship on the walls, remind me of those people. Now, they are Africans just like me, but nobody would watch Nipsey Hussle and myself and say, you're the same.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That's my point. There's where my point starts and ends. You ask me today what the ancient Egyptians look like. When I watch what's on the wall, the hair, the nose, the long jaw, I look at Eritreans, I look at Somalians, and I see them. So for me, when my mind was cleared that Egypt isn't Charlton Heston, that Egypt isn't this last movie that came out there with the what's his name, Christian Bale. When I realized that Egypt wasn't those people that were in that movie called the Immortals. When I realized that, right, then it started to click. Okay, but wait, why were we always? Why was the illusion always created that this civilization has a more European distinction to it than an African? So now in the last 10 years, 8 years that I am part of this community and learning, oh, wait a minute, but that don't make no sense for true. Okay, but wait, these guys, what, huh? No, there's something took place there. Now, my simple mind, I'm going to go, okay, look at where people were high traffic. At no point in time, if we look back now, what we see today does not resemble what was there originally. And we understand the history, certain places, people moving in and out, back and forth, things change. When new leadership comes in, they put their people in the dominant position, pushing others further out. I understand all these dynamics, right? I know there are multiple cultures there, but when we say, when for me again, when I look back at where my mind was, and this, mind you, I'm a biochemist, I'm a university graduate, and I thought that Egypt was somewhere around Greece, in the Mediterranean, not in Africa. So that's why, for example, when I hear Mediterranean, I pull the handbrake. Maybe it's because of how my mind was conditioned to what Egypt was. The question is, we know it's African. Why did the European insist on making it white though? That's the better question.
True.
I have an answer to that question. Trade route.
Repeat that?
The trade route. So when they came in and they started mingling and intermingling and mixing, they got control of very important trade routes. And what they were able to do once they got control of those trade routes, where they were able to start locking the Africans out of international trade. But this didn't only begin with the Europeans. It actually began under Arab invasion. They started blocking the Africans out. If anyone is familiar with Dr. Williams, Chancellor Williams' book, Destruction of a Black Civilization, he actually talks about it, how the Arabs and took over Ethiopia and divvied it up. And once they did that, that excluded the Africans from being able to do what? Get control, get a hold of certain things that they might need to stop the invasion and the colonization of their country, of their people.
Facts.
That's one reason. One of the main reasons that I'm studying, and I've been doing a lot of studying on the Ottoman Empire these last couple of months. That's one of the main reasons.
So, Europeans hijacked Egypt because Egypt was an African nation and a great African complex civilization. And their goal, from what they push, is racism, man. They want you to think that the African wasn't shit. And you never was shit, regardless to if you were different groups of people. They give you certain, kudos on certain things that you did. But when it comes to a complex civilization like Egypt, no, that's not good enough to be Africans. No, this belongs to somebody else. It's a put down. It's a put down. This is why they take, credit for Egypt, and they have been doing this since Champollion or whatever the guy name is, the first Egyptologist. They give credit to Africans, yet and still when they start digging up and looking into the skulls and they see these distinct morphologies, yet and still we do know that the so-called Caucasoid morphology that they label as a Mediterranean morphology in North Africa, as bioanthropologist Soy Kiata teaches, that morphology belongs to Africa. Africa has always been diverse. All Africans would not be labeled as Negroid when it comes to morphology and skull type, because some Africans develop those phenotypes independently in hot, dry climates. So my thing is that when they dig and they see these fossils, when they look at certain features of these people, oh, this is a Caucasoid. This shows that another race of people came in and invaded this area. The Africans could have did this, so they create these, the Hermetic race theory or the Pharaonic invasion theory of other people from the Near East coming in. Because Europeans understand, when you get into genetics, they understand that they come from the Near East. That's where all white people come from. They come from the Near East if you understand genetics. So Mesopotamia is important to them. So it's important for them to say that Sumeria and Mesopotamia was first, and Egypt was a child of that because a race of tan-skinned Caucasians came in and invaded and dominated the area and created the civilization over there. So they take over Egypt because it's a put down to black people or African people.
Indians from the continent. They fundamentally feel they're superior to black people. So I'm having this discussion and I am being bombarded with the fact that Sumeria came first, and they were, and I'm like, no. But to change that concept, that it is an African nation, regardless of the color at this point, that it came out of Africa is completely mind-boggling up to today for a lot of Europeans and Asian people. Africans, no way, you couldn't possibly have done that. And again, that's why I don't have a horse in the race, but from a general perspective, from knowing what I was conditioned to believe, from knowing how my mind, as intelligent as I think I am, still did not recognize Egypt as being in Africa. I had, living in Europe, I had an Arab friend, This man is an Arab. He is telling me he comes from Egypt. He's an Egyptian. And based on what the TV said, and based on what my mind has been conditioned, I did not even question it. Well, ethnically, did you migrate? Your history? Just the same way that I'm Dutch, right? I speak fluent Dutch. I'm living in Holland. They ask me where you're from, and I say I'm Dutch. No, I didn't ask you that. Where are you from? Because that black man, under no circumstances, can originate from that country, regardless of how many generations was born there. My oldest son is born in the Netherlands, and because he is black, there is a specific distinction for him. he is called an allochtoon. That means he have the Dutch nationality, but when you hear allochtoon, you know that he phenotypically is not a European. The Europeans maintain that regardless of how many generations a black person is born in Europe, they will look at you and ask you, no, where do you come from originally? So now why can't I watch somebody that is distinctly not African and say, where do you come from originally? But my mind was conditioned that Arabs and Greeks and those people were the Egyptians, not Africans. Not the Somalian brother who looks like the people on the pyramid. Not my Eritrean friend who looks like the actual people on the pyramid. They, by no stretch of the imagination, could have been an Egyptian for my reference of what was put out there. So that's why I agree with making a firm stance to distinguish and clean up all this talk. When we say Mediterranean, we think Greece. And if you say Egypt is in the Mediterranean, you stick it on to Greece. You stick it on to Gibraltar. You stick it on to that region and you take it out of Africa. That's just the way it works. And being one who in this subject was naive, I can be the one to say, yeah, but man, maybe Chef and you guys been up on game for the last 20, 30 years. Chef, you probably grew up being completely conscious of the reality. So you using these terms in its proper context and don't take into consideration how it works socially and what it has been implying for all these years. Up to about 5-10 years ago, they just came up with a new movie where everybody in Egypt was white, blue eyes and blonde hair. They didn't even make an attempt to make them Arab. That's like us making a Chinese movie with only black people. Uh-huh. Where everybody gone?
Call it black kung fu movie at that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, America is still racist. I mean, most of these European countries is main European countries. It's 271 million Europeans or white people in North America. It's 41 million blacks. We only make up 13% of the population. Even amongst other European nations that's predominantly European, a lot of these people still have racist narratives that they push. So it makes sense for them to make Egypt Anglos, make them look like a bunch of Anglos. This has been an agenda for a long time. As far as the recent Egyptians, I wouldn't say those people for me are African. They are Egyptian. When you go into Luxor, those people still look like Somalis and Eritreans. You go to the Delta, they look like what they should look like. To be honest with you, in the Delta, Arab is actually more darker than a lot of North Africans, because a lot of North Africans have old Southern European components. They're absent from a lot of the recent Arab components, even though they are culturally Arab. Culturally, North Egyptians are completely Arab. And in some cases, the ones that reserved a lot of their identity, but still it's watered down and diluted, is the Coptics, who carry a more older sense of identity compared to the Arabs that came in a little later. Yet and still that the Coptic tradition is also a diluted, watered down Egyptian identity, but it's older than the Arabic phase. These people represent phases, what we're looking at with modern Egyptians. They represent phases in time. So when geneticists say things like the modern Coptics are closer to the actual Egyptians, we gotta look at the term that the scientists use. We know in science, affinity means similar. When we know in science, when you hear terms like component, that means a piece. That's not their overall DNA composition. Or when a modern Egyptian takes a DNA test and his DNA test says he's 90% Egyptian, We have to understand that Ancestry DNA, we have to understand how these companies work. When they sequence DNA, it only goes back 1,000 years. That's how far it goes back autosomally. Then you got to take your DNA and take the sequence that was sequenced and put it in GEDmatch from your raw data to get a more clear idea of what goes back further in time. But when you look at these modern Egyptians' paternal marker, and we know that haplogroups doesn't recombine when it comes to sex chromosomes, it can go back further in time than autosomal DNA, which can mismatch and zig up because of accumulation of people that's been breeding with through time in a specific time period. But when it comes to haplogroups, most Egyptian men have the same paternal marker as Somali men. They have that EM78 marker that's been indigenous to those areas for thousands of years. But what we see with Egyptian men is the mitochondrial DNA is completely foreign. So I called my brother Unc yesterday, and I asked him to look at the article. Look into the genetics about what they was able to discover recently. The Egyptian men have been breeding with foreign women because when you're a nation of power, you're taking in different women, and this slightly helped alter the features of what these people look like. And it's been doing that for the last 4,000 years or possibly longer.
You're right.
Black basketball players.
Yeah,
black football players.
You're absolutely right.
I was gonna
got
build
some
on that.
half-breed babies.
I was about to say, y'all see, I got Amenhotep III up here. I just wanted to put up 3 different ways, really 2 different ways he depicted himself. We don't have to play the color games, but just building on what my brother Gozy was saying, I want to break this down so we could get some clarity to how it was going down. Because I don't need to point out nothing he wanted depicted of himself. This is just how he wanted himself depicted. But let's look at this. We know he received tribute, and we can look this up. He received tribute of 317 Mitanni women from the king of Mitanni to bring into his harem. Now, we could talk about what happened with Black Egypt. We know what's going on, but the fact is, no one is saying that the Mitanni women was Black. They was clearly probably some white girls that he had a harem of 317 of them. So we don't know what the results of that was, but we are clear to say, just like he said, they was mixing with foreign women for a while. I just wanted to put up this depiction because I feel it's kind of strong on how he wanted himself depicted. Sometimes we might look at that statue of him and think one thing, but what they don't show us is images like this of Amenhotep III. But then I think I had another one. Let me see. I just tried to do something real quick. So let's go into the family tree though. Just a little bit, because there go his wife, how she wanted herself depicted. Again, let's not do no lookership. She can look Black if she want to. This is just how they wanted themselves depicted, right? Now, if this is them two right here, this is the 18th dynasty family tree that we're looking at. They basically saying the Amarna family would probably go a little bit further. Yeah, but it's 18th dynasty. But his daddy was Tutmos IV. You feel me? And so, and again, the woman that he was probably dealing with was possibly Mitanni, but I don't want to say nothing about nothing else but how he wanted himself depicted. But Mut-Em-Wea, if we look into the stories, we'll find that Mut-Em-Wea possibly also was Mitanni sent to his father. Tutmosis came in, got 317 Mitanni women, but he had his heir with Tyee. And we see all of these people falling under there, and we get Akhenaten. Okay. And so again, we could go far into whatever, but I just wanted to point just these little few things out of how the 18th dynasty was depicting themselves, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to the contrast that the Europeans try to draw between the latter Kushite dynasties and the preceding, because Kushites took it from the Libyans, but we'll talk about that more too. And we all know about Mai Hepri. You feel me? We all know about this, but this is just 18th dynasty, another depiction of a brother. Now, this is his mummy. So to say he wasn't trying to depict it like himself would kind of be ludicrous, seeing that his mummy damn near looked like the depiction of himself, if we could possibly, I don't know if y'all can see a close up of that or not, but I just was showing those few things and wanted to go in on that. Now, like we was building on earlier about it being a Mediterranean culture, once we understand how they're using that term, we all could agree because it touches the Mediterranean Sea. But when we're talking about who the people were, culturally, we have to admit that you ain't even no place close to where Egypt started. This is the Delta right here, okay? And we can see this. And we can see, just like I was saying, that the oldest cities founded is up basically along the Delta. So let's look at the nomes. Let's look at the nomes of that and see how this is working. Upper Egypt, we got Upper Egypt. This is the first nome. Let me zoom this map out so we can get some understanding of this a little bit. This is where they say Ta-Seti was, or Ta-Nehesi, are the first founding civilization of Egypt started right here. Y'all see my cursor or not? Ombo, next to the word Upper Egypt, in the number 1. And we can even go further to see that on number 1 over here for nomes of Upper Egypt, they say the land of the bow and the throne of Horus, which will become very significant. But it started right here. I mean, so to speak. I don't want to be saying nothing ultimate, but we know that the Nabta culture, after the Green Sahara dried up at about 4000 BC, and this is using the work of Thomas Brophy, the Nabta culture dried up and they started migrating west. And we know because we see a lot of the cultural elements that we found at Nabta now along the Nile River at about 3500 BC, starting in the areas of Ombo. So now, if we talking like some scholars who go over the information, we know it's erroneous to call this a Mediterranean culture. We only saying that we can conform to that once we get under the understanding of how these cultures really arrived. Because here go the first nome. We at the 11th nome when we talking about Nakata. Well, not Nakata, I'm sorry, Badari. We at the 11th nome when we talking about Badari. But what's Badari? The Badari was the Badarian culture, which supposedly preceded everything, but yet it's the 11th nome when it comes to the breakdown of Kemet. So we would have to address some of those things too, because it clearly shows us how we ain't just lying or just saying that the culture came. The founding cultures of Kemet came up out of the South. It's evident to see. You know what I'm saying? Now we in Lower Egypt and the Delta, and now we talking about it's a Mediterranean culture when we got cities like Alexandria up here. You feel me? And Rosetta. Those are the countries these are the nomes that, these ain't ancient. Alexandria and Rosetta and stuff like that. You see what I mean? And so that was just a little point that I think we've been trying to make about how we see the culture come down, developing over time. And I don't know, I just want to build on that, but I ain't got no intent to filibuster, so I'll let somebody get it in.
I'm glad you brought that up, Smash, about the Sahara when it dried up, because you're right. Certain you can find certain the certain phases that you find before you get into Napata Playa, certain tools and stuff, you can find it certain similarity in the early Green Sahara, and you can see the direction that these people were going in. Also, our brother Ankh has also read the article about people under the early Green Sahara, and it shows the markers genetically that was there, and we can see why a lot of the markers that was in the early Green Sahara, primarily, like for example, when they talked about King Tut having this so-called European Y chromosome or whatever, but what the article didn't say, what actually the article showed it, but what the geneticist wasn't saying is that what marker or branch of R it was. This is in 2008 when it first came out, or 7 when it first came out, and then I think it was through Gina Genetic Company or whatever, and they clearly showed the marker or the branch of R that he had. It was R1BA2, which is R1BVA8, that's still found in Chad and in certain parts of the Sahara to this day. It wasn't R1BM269. Then they turned around last year and brought out a reassurance that it actually was R. So basically what's going on is that if you look at the article called People Under the Early Green Sahara, you can see why King Tut had that marker and who were some of the founding population of Egypt. He had the same marker that was in the early Green Sahara, the R1BA2 that came through Southern Europe 9,000 years ago before crossing Gibraltar, getting absorbed in the population. And this is why Ramesses III had the EM2 marker that's common in West Africans, because the marker that we have isn't from south of the Sahara. It comes out of the early Green Sahara. And some of these dudes kept going east before some of us kept going south. Some of us kept going east. And this is why, you know, Ramesses had the marker that he had, Ramesses III. So you can see the people into the early Green Sahara is some of the portions or components of the base foundation of Egypt before you find, you know, the Dakota and the Badarian and other groups before a dynastic period. We also understand the pastoralist cults. You look at Narmer on a Narmer's palette, you see the bull's tail on them. You see the ancient goddess Bat, not Heru, but Bat on there, which represents those old cattle cults. The same cattle coast that was responsible for giving rise to the deity Wak in Somaliland, because the Somalians still have that common EM78 marker before going south near the Red Sea. Or Jinno amongst the ancient Pula or Pulani, before they even create this pastoralist form or method in Dakhla Oasis near Upper Egypt before spreading through the Sahel. So you can see the Sahara and Sahelian backwards and forwardness going on, which is partially responsible for ancient Egypt. We also see the idea of what we call punt. They already sequenced the baboon isotopes and measured it. And they said that based off the sequence of the isotope that's been presented publicly, that the area that these baboons came from was near Eritrea. So Eritrea is where a lot of these baboons was coming from. And this could have been the land of Punt. And also the way that the houses was built in ancient Puntland or Eritrea, those circular shaped houses. It also points to that Eritrea zone, which showed that the Egyptians also had layers of group populations coming from that area as a partial base foundation forming into Egypt. And then when you go into the north, it makes sense that some late Natufians in the Chalcolithic phase slightly back migrated in. But we also know that those Natufians also had an early North African component as well from the Cambrian culture that leaks out of North Africa and go over there and mingle with other groups of people, get mixed up. And some of those people slightly come in through the Levant and they're going towards the Delta. And then when you look at the DNA that's been sequenced in Abu Sir, a lot of the mitochondrial DNA that was there matches up with those Neolithic farmers. And those Neolithic farmers that was coming from Anatolia, going into multiple directions, some of them going into Southern Europe, some of them going through the Aegean Sea, and some of those populations in the Aegean Sea, before you even have the late sea people, some of those people did go into North Africa. And they're living in that Delta area. And this is all the groups of people that's living in Egypt before Narmer even unifies the land. Narmer is coming from Upper Egypt. He's coming from south. I think the area was Tatan, which is next to Aswan, which is it's near Thebes. Aswan is under that, and below Aswan we have northern Sudan. So, but by the time Narmer unified the land, you got all these groups of people living there. Some people that's back migrating through the Levant in the northern area. Then you have pre-pottery Neolithic B culture that looks slightly similar to the Proto-Ubaid culture in northern Mesopotamia that's finding its way in that northern area. And Brother Smash, you know, he brings it up. I see him when he talked about the Narmer palette, and it's good that he talks about that, because you see these people, there was a zone of commerce and trade between these Egyptians and these people in the Levant. And from the Levant, they're already trading with some people near Syria and some people near Mesopotamia. So you can see these people, it was an easy outlet for some of these Mesopotamian people to pierce the northern parts of Egypt, specifically the Delta area. But in the second phase of the Naqada period, you start to see some of these people interact with these Egyptians before dynastic period, and they're coming in, not to take over, but they kind of like govern over certain layers of the market before Narmer unified the land. And if you look at that Narmer's palette, you don't even see that Mesopotamian art no more after Narmer unified the land. And also that creature, which is I think it's called sarcopods or whatever, which is called the Jasper cylinder in Iraq. If you look at it, the Africans or the Egyptians is actually disrespecting that shit. They got two dudes on there with afros with a rope around his neck. That's like a form of graffiti when you show your graffiti, your artwork, and you're disrespecting the territory. The Egyptians was literally disrespecting the damn symbol, showing you that these people don't govern over shit no more. And after Narmer unified the land, it appears as if he took over the network or the marketing of trade. And the outlet that these people were easily to go through was the Delta area. Would you guys agree with that?
I would.
I could agree with most of what you said. I don't know if y'all seen, I was showing the palette on the screen while you were saying that. We've been going over this information for a while. And so, yeah, we definitely came to the conclusion that obviously whoever this was, if y'all can see my screen, wasn't down with who Norma was. You know, it's funny because when we first started doing this work, I swear I put forth that this was the name Wash right here. And I couldn't find that nowhere, but I came to my own conclusions. But now if you actually go in Wiki and put Wash Pharaoh, he pop up. But I know y'all know since back in the day, let me see. I know y'all know we've been doing this since back in the day, and we had this one show, let me see, watch. Wash Pharaoh. Yeah, look, this is crazy. So either somebody been watching our work closely and they corroborate what we said about this being some dude named Wash. But that come from the Amara Squad show, Undisputed. But anyway, they say his existence is disputed and blah, blah, blah. I could probably look at when this page was made and probably find that it wasn't made at that time. But back to the palette, how you was breaking it down. One thing I just wanted to point out to add to what you were saying. Oh, you know, I think we disagree about the separate part, but I think we discussed that before. It's just because I think I found the development of it in African cultures by looking at other palettes that shows that they was forming the circle before that the next of these separate pods even became intertwined. But that's a whole nother thing. What I wanted to point out primarily to assist in what you was just, damn, I messed up, hold on. To add to what you was just saying was about these standards that we find under the goddess Bot, like you was talking about. But I mean, really, we don't have to look no further than these standards right here to see who the people who rolling with Norma was. We get, and then you could corroborate it with the map that I got, and it's almost damn near like a checkmate because they holding the standards that still represent the people who walk on the certain land of these areas. What I mean is we see two Herus on the standard, which could represent double Falcon, but since it ain't on the same standard, I'm just proposing there's two tribes of Heru. And then we got a tribe of Tasseti right here. And some would argue that that could be Ampu, but we would have to have that discussion. And then we got Tchet, which is this woman or man who is often found with Narma with the same, if you don't even read the Metal Netter, you just see this bent rope and this little half loaf right here. You're gonna find that again when this person is accompanying Narma. But what's key is these two tribes are Horus and this, and then we go back to the map, and it's quite clear that, see, when they showing you on the map over here, they showing you with the Metal Netter of, just remember X marks the spot. So whenever they put, I'm trying to make it big so everybody can see this. So when they put the circle with this X in it, they talking about a physical location like X marks the spot. That's where everyone think Europeans got that from. But I'm not gonna get pseudo. Right here, they talking about the tribes of that place. So I say Gnomes of Upper Egypt. These are actually the people, or what they'll tell you is the god of that area, but it's really like the tribal totem of the people of that place. And the reason why we know is we go beyond the Narma palette. We see it on the Narma palette. They holding up their tribe. And I'm about to corroborate it. Y'all see this one, the Falcon, and then you see the set one. Well, those are the first two on the map. So we go to the first two on the map. They showing you Tasseti a different way. They're showing you, I gotta make it hella big. Look, they showing you Tasseti a different way. They got Tasseti on the standard, which does a few things. It proves first that they wasn't talking about no gods, because Tasseti is a land, but that's the first one. The second one is the throne of Horus. So now we see Horus on the standard. This is that same standard that the man is holding. It just got shrunken in the Metal Netter. And we see Tasseti on the standard and known 1 or 2. When we go over here to look to see what known 1 or 2 is, we find this Combe Ombo or Nubet or the land of Ta-Nehesi, or like some of us say the culture started in Nubia. They say Dr. Ben was pseudo for that, but it's the truth. It started in these areas, and so I'm glad he brought that information to us. Not the filibuster. I'm just gonna do one last thing to show us something. All you got to do is type Dynasty 00 whenever you're ready. DYNASTY. Whenever, I know a lot of us have done this before, but I just put Dynasty 000. You type Dynasty 00, it's gonna take you to this website that got all the palettes. And then just to make this point, and then I'm gonna turn over the floor, is well, I wasn't going to try to make the point about how we see the development of the Cephalopod, but here we see them. See, they ain't even entangled yet, but they still got the circle. But here go the two animals before they become entangled. We'll see them again being used, getting closer to being entangled, but they're not entangled yet. So it's kind of showing us the development of that motif. But what's going to happen? They become entangled in a different way in Kemet in ways we can never find in Mesopotamia. And so we see the development of the Cephalopod, but that's just a side note. Actually, what we're really looking for right now is that damn standard that they carry around on all these palettes. First, we got it on this Norma palette right here, right? But then look, I mean, this is for the audience because I know a lot of us in here, we already know this. We've been talking this for years. Here we go again on the Hunter's palette. Excuse me.
That's the Hunter's palette. I can look at it and tell what palette it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how long we've been doing this damn shit. I can look at the palettes and identify them, motherfucker. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what the brother's holding in his hand, the leader in the front, what he got? Everybody can see it. He holding that same standard with a falcon on it, meaning that this is Shemsu Heru. And we really know because first we got a person in action. So that is what it is. But they're turned to different direction. He's turned to different direction. Of these people, he is the foremost or in the front, and he's holding the tribal standard, which is got a falcon on the top. So right now they didn't have no other tribes with him. All other ones got weapons of war. He got the bow and a mace in his hand. He got a stick and a throwing stick. He got a bow, and nobody else is holding the standard. So it's showing us that the leader was rolling up from Shemsu Heru. Again, we can find it in other places over and over again. Here it go on a different palette. I don't even got to tell us what's happening right here because now we can see because we understand it. This standard has arms to represent that these people are captives of. I ain't gonna act like these two birds look like they're the same. I'll make it as big as I can. Those birds look different. But the first one looked like he's a captive of the tribe of Shemsu Heru. And the second one, that's why the standard got an arm. I don't even want to guess, but it don't look like the same bird. But what we're showing is that motif that we finally come to on the Norman palette, now we get a heightened understanding to what they was doing. Now they're rolling through together. And so when they talk about unification and all of that, we see elements of that here. When we see now Norma is rolling with different tribes on the standard, all going to handle who we came to the conclusion that these was the other people that we might be talking about. We know it was other people there. When you having an honest, look at this, like he's not trying to be represented like these guys. You see what I'm saying? He's represented different. Even, I mean, I want to get into lookership, but they clearly made him to be represented different, as well as the Pharaoh Wash, or if that's what they want to call him. And so I'm gonna turn the floor over because I've been talking for hella long.
Hey, Smash, I wanted you to show them two brothers with the afros holding the rope around his neck, though. Do you see that, though? You see how they like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's cold right there. It's
and then look at the difference of how they depicted dude down here. Well, I'm gonna try to make him hella bigger. Dude getting crushed at the bottom. Clearly, they depicted him different phenotypically and with the hairstyle. But we going into the part people want to say, oh, y'all doing lookership. But some of this stuff is relevant. When you're looking at motifs. Go ahead, Aunt.
Yeah, that's that. You got that Asiatic style. I call it Jesus Christ and shit. Jesus Christ look. So yeah, Brother Goldie, we had a good conversation. He did like he normally do. He sent over some super fucking duper sources, yo. And one I would just like to make light of is that genetic evidence of that gene flow and you're gonna know what I'm about to say, Gozy. That genes flow from north to south and from south to north. So they definitely got evidence of that. So I've been trying to say, yo, it's been a cultural highway forever, and then I get some pushback by these nut ass niggas, and I ain't gonna say their name. I'm refusing to say their name again, but they be nuts. And so it's clear, right? That there's a diverse population, okay, in the Nile. There's a diverse population in North Africa, okay, and it's not gonna be what you want it to be. To me, and what I understand it to be, right? That's African culture and African civilization. It's a metropolis. Simple as that. So if we can understand how the African American look, right? And we still don't act like we're not an African people, but yet we got all different types of European mixtures now, all types of shit, right? So, you know, just because you mixed and all that don't mean that your homeland wasn't Africa. How about that? It was the racist Europeans who tried to make that distinction early on. If you don't look, right, the way Frederick looked, then you're not, then you're the black African. You're the black dynasty. That's the game, that's the trick. Right? And Theophilus acquiesced to a faulty premise. Because the conclusion has already been reached. At the Cairo Symposium, 1974, the Egyptians wasn't black, they wasn't white. They was Africans with different phenotypes and different skin colors. And I'm going to end with that.
Facts. Soy Kiata, bioanthropologist, says that all the time. Absolutely, brother. We can't use a black and white narrative for Egypt. And if anybody do that, it's not scientific. It wouldn't make sense. But culturally, they are African, regardless to different layers of genetic components. The civilization, like Soy Kiata said, the civilization that they created started right there. It's African. And they are African regardless. That's a fact.
Yep. Shit, even in the pre, man, I tell people to check the Western Desert, yo.
Yeah.
Check the Western Desert. You can find a religion and you can find different types. Like it's just like, come on, yo. Like,
and we all agree that it was different people there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
No argument here.
Exactly. They all sat on the throne at different times. That's why I'll be like, what's the argument? Sometimes it wasn't a black person on the throne. Sometimes it was. But I want to drive that point home real quick about the Mitanni women. If 300 Mitanni women came in the 18, not just 300, this was just one gift to one pharaoh. And we know they lived with the Hittites. The Mitanni Empire was rivals of the Hittites in between the Hittites and Kemet, you feel me? And we don't even think that they was black people. And so think about how life really happens. To be in a harem was a gifted, that wasn't a bad thing for them women. They was untouchable in that society, and they could only really have seeds with the pharaoh. And so if that really happened, then they had more kids that was of some rule, and they was kind of mixed. You feel me? And so we just got to be more realistic of how shit was actually going down, because nobody had no race science back then. And if you didn't have race science, any of us would probably be more ubiquitous with who we dealt with if it wasn't for race science. Let's just keep it a buck. But now we the victims of that race science, so we be like, you can't do that, you can't do that. But they wasn't like that back then. You know what I'm saying?
Nope, it was about culture and the way you did your, the way you did your sacrifice. The way matter of fact, let me say this though. The ones that you call the black, like those tribes, those darker skin tribes, right? That they call Nubians or miscall Nubians, they clothes were slide in Egypt. They had better quality clothes, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we really would have had a conversation. They had flyer footwear. All right? I'm letting y'all know right now that they linen, right? That Nubian linen was finely crafted and it was way better than the Egyptians. They pots, they wares. Like for instance, when you go over certain people's houses, right? Some people are actually in silver. That's where the word silverware comes from, right? And they dishes. They had China cloths, right? A fine dishes was trimmed in gold, right? You know what I'm saying? That'd be likened to right. That's likened to the ancient time with the fine pottery. African niggas had to fly shit. The clothes was fire, the motherfucking wares was fire, and the Egyptians was just some niggas, they was raggedy. Yeah, they took all their money, they want to build shit and fake you out. You like a nigga riding around with a Benz and don't really got the bread, that's how the Egyptians was. They spent all their money on making their ass look fly, but the motherfucking niggas was super fly. I'm just giving you some real shit.
We're gonna show improve. We're gonna show improve that. But I just want to make another point that we all need to make, since we are under the proper understanding of how they misuse all that Mediterranean culture and stuff. This is I will tell you that this is a reputable site. It's timahu.com. Now let's talk about this for a minute so we can all be clear on this. Because this is the term that the priest, Brother Jabari, used to say white people, remember?
Yes.
Yes,
Timahu,
we often taught that he's not completely erroneous in what he's saying, but it don't mean white people. It meant something else. But let's just talk about this. Timahu Tribes of Libya, again, this site is very credible. They'll go all in on it. I just want to skip to the chase and show y'all something. Notice this. This the Nile River, right? This don't say Timahu. This say Tinahu. Along North Africa, Mediterranean, quote unquote, along that Mediterranean, it say Rebu Tinahu. Rebu is going to translate back to Libu because you take the R off and put the L. Libu changes to Libyans. Libu Tinahu were the people, and by this map, again, I don't even know what this map is, but this source is very credible with a lot of good knowledge. They got Rebu Tinahu bordering the Mediterranean, but look down lower towards the Nile where we was talking about. It say clearly Timahu down here. Now, I'm not saying they were white people, but they were different. They were distinct. In Egyptian texts, the Timahu were enemies and they were distinct. But if you see on the map, their land ain't up here towards Libya. It's deeper, deeper, deeper down, closer to upper Egypt, which will let us know that whoever these enemies were who were depicted in some type of different ways also dwelled deeper in Africa. So when we say, yeah, it was all type of different people there, nobody is in the opposition to that. I'm just showing you how we know that. What I primarily argue is where the culture developed was coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, and that the culture, the Nile Valley culture, migrated down the river into now what you got, what some of us know as Mediterranean cultures, which are really only the cultures of modern day Lower Egypt. You know what I'm saying? I just muted out, and if anybody wanted the floor.
Did you send it? Yeah, so all right, let's bring some perspective to it. Ancient times, ain't nobody, you ain't got no power boats to book no goddamn river. You're done. You're dead ass. You're done. You're done. All right, and once your ass full of you fall down the river, you was done. So listen, culture come like they always say downstream. It come from Lake Victoria, right? I'm telling you that, and I can verify that based off of the topography, based off of the desertification, based off of there not being a lot of Neolithic sites. Not Neolithic. I want to say Paleolithic. It was after Paleolithic. It's the damn, yo. Begin with an N. Damn, I'm supposed to know what that is. God damn it. 11,000 is about 11,500 that time per year. All the way up to about 5,000 BCE. Nile, it ain't Neolithic, it ain't there. Dang. Can't think of the color. Pliocene. It ain't the cloud. The Pliocene is post that. It's pre that. Right after the Pliocene. I forget the name of it, but that's the time frame where you get people, the Indo-European coming in. Right? They get pushed back out to back migration. They get pushed out of their area based off of climatic conditions, and they come into the Sahara and they run into people that's already dead. People is dead. Right? People is dead with the cattle coat. Right? can't quite think of the damn name. Can't think of the name. Right? But at these time periods, they're not living on the Nile River, all right? That's my point. They're living on the Nile River in the southern region. Southern region they live in. So in the southern region, okay, down there in Sudan, okay, these people, they ain't never got to leave. They don't got to leave. Because they shit ain't changing back and forth. That particular area. So they there already. But these people, these areas in what they're calling Lower Egypt, which is really the top portion, close to the areas close to the Mediterranean, right? These areas are deserted out. All right? And so the influx of people comes back in when the desert chased them out of there. And so the western, what they're calling the western desert of Egypt, which is south of Egypt, but it's Egypt. Okay? There's cave systems down there. And they depicted people and their religion on these motherfuckers. This is where everybody that's talking that talk gets beat the hell up. And it's just that simple. So if you think that Western Desert ain't Egypt, then you ain't reading maps and you ain't studying. Alright? There's documentary. So this evidence is newly found evidence. And so if you 1970s, when they realized about the Sahara, matter of fact, the information was so new that when they published it, the editor was like, I don't agree with it, because they didn't even understand it. And so they've been searching those areas for about 30, 40 years, right? And it's a whole different picture now. Like the shit niggas think they talking about, they ain't arguing that point no more. All that migrated from Mesopotamia and all they off that. They in the Western Desert. I can blow the whole picture for you. Like I got some work. You got to go ahead and pay about 150. You know what I'm saying? Some hardback joint, right? Some shit I can't get my hands on that I'm trying to get, right? That'll beat everybody all the way up. So we got work that some anthropologists don't even got. That some Egyptologists don't even got. That's the type of homework I'm talking about. Serious archaeology. So all that Mesopotamian shit, that shit blown way out the water. It was really gone in 1974, but we see people, all they do is wiki scholarship, Bill. They stuck right there. The concept is start with wiki and end in the damn journals. The concept ain't never been start with wiki and end in wiki. So if your scholarship is ended in wiki, yo, you're a fraud to the community for what we do. I'm a ride spot up in this bitch.
Hey, y'all can see my screen. Yeah, this is when your boy Taharka said he was in Nubia. He didn't say shit about nothing about Kush. But we got to do this type of homework to bring that out. But what I've done to make it easy for anybody who want to pause this and watch or look back was highlight where he said he was in Tasseti. And it's instrumental to the work of knowing why he say why he came right here. He say exactly why and where he was at when his brother hit him and told him to roll through Kemet. And so I just wanted to point it out. But what I wanted to point out primarily was he didn't say Kush on the Stella nowhere. And why would I say that? Anybody can even see his name right here. Let's make it bigger. Because I just seen this. I started reading it and was being quiet for a minute, but I don't think it could get much bigger, actually. But right here, you see his name, Taharka. Well, he was saying he came up out of Ta-Nehesi, came from Tasseti when his brother called him. He was with his mom. And these people, a highlight right here, we call it the pot, are that some dignitaries of Ta-Nehesi. But I ain't got hell to talk about where everybody else at.
Right here. Right here, yo. Yeah, hey man, we got about 80, 90 people in the building, man. Appreciate that, man. We just put a little light home on the situation. Ain't over, man. Man, y'all stay tuned for my book, man. All right. Been writing that shit for a minute, man. That shit well put together, man. I think my writing has gotten better, man. And I'm slow rolling that shit, man. Make sure I got that quality work, man. Make sure it's very comprehensible. All right, so y'all can kind of understand the way I'm putting that in, man. All right, man. Make sure y'all support all the families, man. Support that last book, man. What coronavirus taught me. All right, that's a strong work right there, man. Make sure y'all get Smash Rockwell's work, man. The handbook for the conscious community, yo. And you gotta say it that way, yo. Cause that shit ain't been refuted yet. Just, you know, all the work, man, all the work we put in, man. Shout out to the pseudo killers, man. This is pseudo killer special, man. We just gonna try to pop up on y'all, yo. Like a pop-up shop, man. And keep that shit right, man. The conversations are very fluid. Very well put together. If you come on here acting crazy, I'm kicking you out immediately, yo. As a standard that we gotta have, yo. We don't mind the flavor, but we're not gonna have the assholeness on this, man. We don't need that. It kills the conversation, man. The conversation is scholarly and informative for everyday old regular people, because we everyday old regular people ourselves. I know I don't claim to be an expert. I'm a science advocate. I advocate science and technology as a measure to fight back the ignorance in our community. It's the ignorance that shows and tells us not to get vaccinated. It's not our religion, but our ignorance and our anti-intellectualism towards saying subject matter. This guy's in trouble. People that are spreading misinformation. Let me tell you this, yo. You the motherfucking turncoat. Excuse my language. You the criminal against our community. You ain't no better than the person selling dope. Yo, you pushing crazy white people information. You like a dope dealer to me. Right? I hear people call me the police, call us the police. I'm an agent, I'm all that, yo. But now the truth is, yo, you point the finger at yourself because you're misinforming people. Right? We got people that understand the scientific method. We got people that understand the scholarly method. You know what I'm saying? We got real biochemists, scientists, legit. Right? We got real metallurgical scholars. So you're not coming up against a bunch of ragtag nuts. Alright? You come to people that support intellectualism. You come up against people who support people that can just do the work. You don't gotta have a degree. You just gotta know the work. Simple as that. You just gotta know the work. And you just gotta know what the level is. So yeah, so all that anti-vaccine rhetoric, man, like man, I gotta have a real serious conversation with you know what I'm saying, with some family, right? And man, look, man, all that misinformation y'all pushing, all that, yo, cause it's on the video is right. Man, that's not what we do. The lifespan of the African American has dropped since COVID. The African American has the lowest vaccination rate. Simple as that. Why? Because people like Rizza Islam. Right? People like the Nation of Islam. Right? The red pills, blue pills, the gray pills, the stinky inkies, the young pseudos, the Savant Street Fatty. It's them niggas right there. And I'm calling them out as usual. They the ones that got y'all thinking they woke and conscious, and consciousness means to be anti-scientific and anti-intellectual. It's a bunch of nonsense, man. We ain't going for that, man. We intellectual gunfighters around here, man. So any opposition you got, don't come on here with the foolery. You come on here with your resources, right? Come on here ready to talk that talk, yo, so we can bat your ass up out of here with the real scholarship, yo. Appreciate everybody coming through, yo. Anybody want to close any remarks? Anybody? I know you do, Cedric. Now, how you feeling, though, bro? You on mute. You on mute. You muted out. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get in there so I can get out real quick. It's always a pleasure so much. and I'm appreciative of everybody coming through. Smash Rockwell, Amir Black, aka Ngozi. I want to thank you guys. Thank the audience. Where's Chef? The second part of this conversation was really healthy for Chef. He needed to be here, but guess he's working. Has a pleasure. Where vaccines are concerned, man, get yourself vaccinated. In the last 2 weeks, five anti-vaxxers fell dead in my community. Now look at the contrast. I'm vaccinated. I have lupus. I have a pre-existing condition. I got COVID. My CT values was 21.4. So I was fully infected. A week later, I'm here talking on the pseudo killer. Do you need anything more than that? Think about it. With that, I'm out. Peace.
Man, hey Chef, well I guess hey Chef, what you Smash? Where they find you at, yo?
Oh yeah, come mess with the page, Smash Rockwell. I'll probably be tapped in right after this. But really get that book, Magi, a handbook for the conscious community. You know what I mean? I'm a rock squad up. That's what it is.
Hey man, pseudo killers on deck, man. Ice Clan Warriors. Kofi Palisade Research Team. I'm a raw squad up, yo.